the footy might stop with the final siren. But with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bid to get inside of the net.
The intensity and the pressure on the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He curled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
It's the bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
See, cause it don't get better than this.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
So we're getting closer at least to getting your Easter Sunday footy underway here on ABC Sport, and you find us here at the Sydney Cricket Ground under blue skies and quite warm conditions as well. First time we've been here for a while. It is a real opportunity for the Swans returning home for the first time in 5 weeks to try and bring some stability to Dean Cox's first year in charge, while their opponents today, Port Adelaide, unwrapped an early Easter egg last week, a win over the flag favourites Hawthorn to cap off gather round and perhaps keep the doubters away. For now, of course, they have a coach in his final year in charge, and that whole scenario brings with it an extra layer of scrutiny. This is Easter Sunday footy on ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg, and Daniel Garb will call the action alongside me. Hello, Garby.
Hello, Spriggy. Nice to be with you. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon in Sydney for a game that I think will be very even. I mean, Port Adelaide had that stirring win over the Hawks last week, of course. The Swans lost to Collingwood, and they're losing players left, right and centre. Yes, Sydney won the final between these two teams, the prelim, but Port smashed them a few weeks before that, let's not forget. And they actually won here a couple of years ago at the SCG. So they feel good about the ground. It should be a beauty. I think it's a very even contest ahead.
That's all well and good, Garby. And across the next 45 minutes, we'll pick it apart with our experts shortly as well. But it's been a big week for you as well. Congratulations to you and your wife, Natasha. You've become a dad for the first time to a little boy. So well done. And
Thank you.
Well done on all that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an amazing feeling, as you know, Spriggy, a recent dad yourself. And, Tuesday morning he arrived into the world, 8:13 a.m, weighing 3.23 kilos. So a little light for key position footy at the moment, perhaps. But he got home from the hospital this morning, and his grandfather and uncle will be at the ground today. They're big Swans fans. But as you know, Spriggy, like you, I'm from the West, so he'll be of Eagles persuasion to start his life at least.
Well done. Team news here, by the way. The Swans have 3 changes all up. So Justin McInerney is back from suspension. In comes Lewis Melican. And for the first time this year, Aaron Francis. He will be their sub, though. They lose Joel Amati to a hamstring injury. Peter Laddams has been omitted. Angus Sheldrick, who was last week's sub, also drops out. As I said, sub this week is the key back, Aaron Francis. Port have swung a late change. Joe Richards is out. We believe it's because of illness. We'll get confirmation in their camp very shortly, replaced by Rory Atkins, who will in fact play his first game in power colours and will be their sub. So Rory Atkins, the former Crow and Gold Coast Sun. Darcy Bone-Jones is back from suspension, replacing Joe Berry, who was last week's sub. Our ABC Sport experts are former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington. Hello, Saddo.
Hello, Spriggy. Congratulations, Garby, by the way. Except
Thank you,
Eagles supporter. Are we allowing that? I'm not sure.
By the time he's old enough to know what footy's all about, hopefully the bad days are over.
They'll be out of that really long rebuild. And former Giants captain, dual All-Australian, Alicia Eva is with us as well. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Spriggy. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of the listeners out there. And what a beautiful Sunday we have here in Sydney.
Absolutely. I'm keen to sort of play on the emotion here because we'll get into the Swans camp shortly, but Port knocking off Hawthorn last week. There was obviously the Witherioli fallout as well. The question is whether they ride that wave to a ground where they just fell short of a grand final last year, as Gavi mentioned, lost the prelim by 6 goals. Or is it a hard come down? Because they had that massive billing last Sunday to close gather round, centre stage Adelaide Oval. This is a team not renowned for its consistency, let's face it, Port Adelaide. So doing it 2 weeks in a row, this time away, is where those question marks come in. But we will start in the home team camp here. Declan Byrne has been every side for us this afternoon. G'day, Declan.
G'day, Spriggy. We are here down with Ben Matthews, the assistant coach for the Swans. Ben, it's been some 5+ weeks. You're back at the SCG. How are the boys feeling?
Yeah, it feels like forever, to be honest, but the boys are feeling good. Great to be back out at the SCG. We obviously love playing here. Our first 2 games we got knocked off by Hawks and Brizzy, so hopefully looking to get back on the winners list, which will be hard. I mean, Port are a really, really good team. Had a great win last week over the Hawks, so it'll be a tough day at the office for sure.
Yeah, losses to Brisbane, Hawks and Pies, who all look pretty strong this year. So what's a big positive you're working with so far this year?
Oh, look, we know our very best football is good enough against any team. We've probably been missing a couple of players, which, every team in the comp's going through at the moment. So managing our younger players coming into the team and their roles within the team is, not a challenge, but it's a great thing for our group, that exposure for our young guys. But, we're making sure our offence and our defence equally are working together. Obviously, we focus as a club a fair bit on our defence, so making sure that's at the level and hopefully our offence complements it. And we just need to make sure we're consistent in the contest as well. That's been a little up and down over the start of the year.
So many injuries, as you touched on. So give us a player you've been impressed by that stepped up with that leadership void this year.
Oh, look, Braden Campbell's been terrific for us so far this year. He's played midfield, half forward, has hit the scoreboard a little bit and played a variety of roles, given we're missing a Tom Papley type. So he's been really, really positive, as have, Corey Warner's showed a lot as a high half forward. Caden Cleary's come into the team over the last sort of fortnight or so. So those guys have definitely, starting to feel more at home in an AFL football match and hopefully cement their spot in the team.
Head upstairs to our ABC Sport experts, Jason Saddington, Alicia Eva.
G'day, Ben. It's Saddo here, mate. It's lovely to chat to you. It's been a long time, mate. But to get on to today's game and a little bit about Port, obviously you mentioned they were fantastic last week. What's the key to stopping them today from a Swans point of view?
Yeah, afternoon, Saddo. It has been too long, mate. Look, their midfield's very, very strong. I mean, you throw... Obviously, Sweet came onto the scene as a ruckman last year and had a very good season. Butters, Horn Francis, where Rosie plays, we'll wait and see. Obviously, he's terrific off half-back last week for them. But Drew, Ollie Wines, who's a Brownlow medalist, that crew of Port Adelaide through their middle really set them up. Once they get it forward, they keep it in their front half as effectively as any team in the comp when they're at their best. So big job for our mids, and obviously, hopefully, we want to play the game in our front half also.
And you mentioned Zach Butters as a player for Port. Obviously, James Jordan's been a terrific run-with player for the Swans now for a couple of seasons. Is that the matchup for him?
Yeah, look, it's one of a few matchups. You look at Butters in the midfield. You look at Horn Francis, who just has such an impact on games, and that can be as a forward as well. And then Rosie at half-back for them, obviously. He was very, very influential, kicking his couple of goals last week and having a 30-odd. So JJ's got a couple of targets. Where we go with that, we'll wait and see. We really valued Rosie's game off half-back. We thought he set them up enormously. So, that might give you some insight.
G'day, Ben. Alicia Eva up here. Hope you're going well. Just have a quick question around Aaron Francis today. We've seen him play a lot of his football at the Swans as that intercepting half-back. Just wondering this week with Joel Amati out, is he someone that when he comes on you're looking to throw him forward, or does he provide you versatility to be able to throw some other magnets around?
Yeah, hey Alicia. Look, he definitely gives us flexibility, no doubt about that. Clearly, with Port Adelaide, Radagalia and Alir down in their back line, if we don't get the ball to ground, it's going to be a tough day for our forwards. So Aaron gives us that opportunity. He has played forward, obviously played a hell of a lot back. So he does give us that flexibility to, throw forward, to try and, if those guys are intercept marking at will, to try and, help us get that aerial contest up to scratch and bring the ball to ground or mark it. So Aaron's really good at that. If we lost someone down back, he can obviously come in and play that role comfortably. So, yeah, there's a couple of options with Aaron. He just gives us that flexibility, certainly today.
Ben, it's Brett Sprigg. We talk about the players that are missing. Obviously, you're dealing with a bit of an injury list and the roles that they play in the team. But as far as missing leadership, I suppose, in some ways, Callum Mills is maybe a couple of weeks away, which is great, your skipper. But do you feel like you are missing some key leaders in some parts of the park?
Oh, look, yes, we are. There's no doubt about that, and there's no hiding from that. Cal Mills, unfortunately, we haven't had him out there enough over the last 2 years, so it will be terrific. He's a 1 to 2 away from resuming his season, and that'll be really important for us. Tom Papley in the forward line is another who provides enormous leadership to a relatively inexperienced group of forwards. So, you can't underestimate his value to the team and the quality of Goulden as well. So whilst he is in our leadership, Errol, and the quality of his players, unbelievable for a fourth, fifth year.
Ben Dan Garb here. Curious to know a bit more about the defined roles for Isaac Heaney and Chad Warner, two of your superstars. We've seen them operate a fair bit at half forward so far this season. How structured is that, and how fluid is it? Can you give us some insight?
Yeah, it's pretty fluid. They've got the ability to make those calls on field whenever they deem necessary, if they need a rest out of the midfield. We certainly love them as midfielders, don't get me wrong. As midfield coach, I'd love them in there for 120 minutes. But, for our team, and especially we just spoke about the lack of, at times, lack of leadership forward of the ball, they absolutely do provide some of that. As well as goal-scoring power. So I think that influence can't be underestimated. You still need to kick enough of a score to win games, and those guys are two guys that hit scoreboards. So really important wherever they play. They are pretty fluid with it. And having a McInerney come back into the team this week definitely helps with that, because he has the ability to go midfield as well. So I think with these players, reintegrating into the team, it certainly helps with those sort of roles for Heaney and Warner to be able to make those changes.
Just before we let you go, Ben, and launch into the serious stuff up here, are you aware that Declan Byrne, the man standing alongside you down there, our boundary rider, had a Ben Matthews jumper back in the day?
Gee, he must have been very, very loyal, because there wasn't many of those getting around, I promise. Sato would attest to that. Just a tagger that somehow found a fan, Declan. Gee.
We'll let you sign the autograph down there, get the selfie. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
Ben Matthews down there with superfan Declan Byrne here on the ABC Sport, who, of course, It's bright sunshine here, by the way. Teams are out there warming up. The Swans at the northern end of the ground. Now, by the way, the surface here is a bit of an issue. So that's the Paddington end of the SCG. They had Andrea Bocelli here to his concert a few weeks ago now. But they did, of course, have the usual staging and the protective flooring. That was removed, and they had to do the full field restoration. The SCG has replaced 3,500 square metres of ready-to-play turf at the northern or Paddington end of the venue. So that's where the Swans are out there warming up at the moment. And there are a few little patches which don't look so great at the Randwick end as well, where Port Adelaide are, just sort of long strips coming out of the forward pocket. But really the entire forward 50 at that northern end has been replaced due to the issue coming from that Andrea Bocelli concert. So
that's about the same size as your backyard, isn't it?
Oh, gee, yeah, not in Eastern Sydney. But that was their first concert they've had here for 6 years. They had U2 played here in 2019. But, obviously it does put the ground, even though they haven't played a game of footy here for 5 weeks, it does place the ground under some duress. So we'll see if the surface holds up today here. By the way, you can text us 0437 774 774. That's our SMS number, 0437 774 774. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Alicia Eva, Jason Saddington and Declan Byrne here on ABC Sport on this Sunday. Of course, as we said, these sides met here in last year's prelim, which the Swans won rather comfortably. They haven't looked too comfortable in any game since then, you could say, but you must also realise that before that, Port Adelaide had won 8 in a row against the Swans, which included that 112-point thumping in round 21 last year. So they've been dare I say, a bunny team for, on Easter Sunday, for the Sydney Swans. But they've 8 of the last 9, the Port Adelaide Footy Club.
Well played there, the bunny team. Look, that's a very interesting fact. I wasn't aware of that prior to our chat earlier. But, look, I think this year, I know Port come over after the very famous prelim final against Hawthorn last year, and then they lose against the Sydney Swans. But I can't help but feel that Port probably come in with a bit more energy today off the back of a big win last week, and they're facing a very different looking Sydney side too. Sydney aren't coming off the year that they had last year. They're both, I think they're sitting 12 and 13 on the ladder, these two sides. So for mine, I think Port come in with a little bit more energy off the back of last week, and it's been a pretty emotional week for Port Adelaide as well. So, Sato, I'll let you unpack that too.
And I don't know if you ever get scarred from a prelim final loss when you probably weren't expected to win anyway. I mean, if they came here as hot favourites in that prelim, Port, and choked it and didn't win the game, then you probably carry some scars through. But I don't think there was ever a huge expectation they were going to come here and win last year. So I don't think there's any carryover from that prelim final. And as you mentioned, Spriggy, it's probably more the history before that. They've been very successful against the Swans, and certainly travelling here to Sydney. And I think probably for both teams, it's more about what's been happening this year. And certainly last week, especially for Port Adelaide, it's their best performance of the year. They'll take huge confidence out of that. The Swans, as Ben Matthews just mentioned, they're sort of trying to fill gaps a little bit with some of their leaders and some of their key players out. And there's always that question as to, how far can you keep carrying your team week in, week out, without some of those key players. That's the challenge for the Swans. No Goulden, Mills haven't had for a while, but no Papley, two very, very influential players. Can they carry that through and be able to beat Port, who come in red hot? And they were pretty impressive last week, Port.
We'll head into the Port Adelaide camp shortly, of course. The events of this week around their club largely centre around Willie Rioli, who obviously made it known how much he dislikes Hawthorn in a social media post. He spoke about that being triggered by situations of racism involving members of his family, of course, and the backlash from trolls was obviously quite severe. He took the Tuesday session off, a couple of days off. He's back out there. And just seeing a very short time ago, Dean Cox, the Sydney Swans coach, and Willie Rioli, of course, they have history at West Coast. A little embrace there on the commentary side logo. Just you could see he was asking how he was and all that sort of stuff. So we'll get more on that in the Port Adelaide camp very shortly. They took a huge step towards sort of silencing the doubters, didn't they, of that succession plan because of that result last week, to absorb the pressure against the Hawks in that last game of gather round. And the fact is today, Sato and Alicia, they could now leapfrog the Swans and push towards a top 8 spot with, another win over a side they had the wood on until only quite recently. So we'll see if they can rise to the challenge here today. It won't be a big crowd here. Sydney siders like to go away on holidays up to their big pad in Byron or something. There's the family show, not the main Easter Royal show, which is at the Sydney Showground next to the Giants joint. But this is going to be, I don't think, a sellout by any means, and might be one of the lower crowds the Swans have here. So maybe the crowd won't be in full voice quite as much. The curious thing about Sydney is they haven't been beating teams above them. So 0-3 this year against fellow finals teams from last year, including Hawthorn, Brisbane and Collingwood. So if Port will be in that mix, then it could well be an even match-up today.
Yeah, I mean, they've been tough opponents. They've lost their games too. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, but I think everyone's still waiting to see what the Swans are going to do this year. I mean, off the back of the disastrous grand final last year, it's like, where are the Swans? John Longmire leaving, stepping away from the head coach role, and Dean Cox taking over. There's always been a lot of questions, I think, going into this year around the Swans. Where are they going to be at? It hasn't been helped in terms of those injuries to the key players, which we've mentioned, as to, you know, are they a premiership contender again this year? Are they a top 8 team? Where do they fit in the scheme of things? And I think we're still trying to work that out through this early stage of the year.
That's the thing, Alicia. It seems like the Swans, for all the fact they've played in 2 grand finals in the past 3 years, there is just no real aura about them this year, is there? Even with the fascination, the intrigue of a new coach and the fact they still have some superstar players, the expectations on the Swans, probably given their 2 and 3 form line as well, seem quite low.
Well, looking at their form at the moment, they've won 2 games, one against North and one against Fremantle.
Yeah.
So looking at that and knowing how they're going thus far in their respective seasons, you go, okay, well, their 2 wins have come from weaker sides in the competition. Then they lose to Brisbane by a couple of points here, and that's where, I mean, that was a cracking game, cracking finish. And that was when they had significant injuries as well. So they really are, you can't really tell how they're going. That's why today's game seems really important. You know, for Port Adelaide to be sitting, where are they on the ladder, Sado? Can you help? 13th.
Yep.
And Port Adelaide seem like a higher than the 13th side. So I think if Sydney can get the win today, that well and truly, I think, kick-starts their season.
They're kind of both in the same boat, aren't they? But we don't know about Port.
I was just going to say
that. Off last
that's
week.
What we love about this game. These 2 teams played here in a prelim final 7 months ago. Yet we're coming into this game not knowing where either side is going to be this season. I mean, there's some people out there who think Swans might just sneak into the 8. Port, people might think they could finish 14th or 4th. You have no idea on either side, and I don't think we'll get any clarity after today either. But it gives us a lot of fascination going into the context, because there's so much uncertainty around each side that won't really be known for maybe a couple of months, especially in Sydney's case when they get their guns back.
So question for you, Sado and team. Which side has the greatest capacity for growth this season? Considering injuries, considering teams on the park at the moment?
I would say Swans. When you throw Goulden and Papley back in, that's significant. Yeah. A major ball winner class sets them up, and a goal kicker.
Yeah, Swans missing arguably their best player.
Yeah. They're the ones that are trying to cover them. They're trying to cover at the moment.
Brett Sprigg, Dan Garb, Jason Sannington, Alicia Eva here on ABC Sport. Your text welcome 0437 774 774. The Swans and the Power coming up in just under half an hour's time here. The opening bounce, then off the Docklands to the Bulldogs and the Saints here as round 6 rolls on. But let's head into the Port camp with Declan Byrne.
Thanks, Briggy. I'm downstairs here with Tyson Goldsack. We know about the laid out. Joe Richards, what has happened there?
Yeah, we've had an illness. So Joe Richards has crook. He's been sick for a few days. We thought he might have got up, but he didn't. So Rory Atkins will come in for him.
Big moment for Rory Atkins then.
Yeah, it's good. He's been playing well. He's in a bit of form. He's experienced. So yeah, no trouble for us making that change.
Let's look to the game ahead. What do you think you can do to get over Sydney today on their home patch?
They're going to play well. They play well here. Their contested ball is as good as there is in the comp, and we know that. So it starts in midfield, which we also know, and we've been a bit up and down in that part of the game the last few weeks, but last week was really good. So if we can bring that kind of intensity around the ball, that'll help. And then defensively, just try and take away their marks. They're a high-marking team, can move the ball at speed when they want. So defensively, we have to be really sharp.
You use those words up and down. That's probably a way to describe Port Adelaide's season so far. What's the positive? What are you looking to build on that, you've been happy with so far?
Yeah, I don't think it's a term that we've been able to use about ourselves over the last few years. We've been pretty consistent for a few years, but this year we just haven't really hit our straps in all facets every week, and that's what we're trying to achieve. I think last week was a good starting point. The week before that we were pretty good, but not for a whole game. So we're just trying to, I guess, I guess, double down on what we did last week, which was a really good game for us and play the brand of footy that we think we're able to achieve most weeks.
Talk to me about last week. Besides the showdown, is that the most revved up you've seen your team?
Yeah, it was a big build-up. Not so much about the rivalry, and I use that in inverted commas. The rivalry isn't so much of what it was. It was just a week for us that we needed to play really well and almost gain some belief in what we're about again. We had glimpse of that the 2 weeks previously, hadn't been able to put together for a full game, like I said. So it was all just a coming together of things like that. And then there was a Hawthorn stuff, which the media built up more than we did internally. But to get the win was really satisfying.
So as a coach, what's the come down like? How quickly are you trying to bring the boys back down to earth, or are you letting them celebrate a massive win like that at the end of gather round?
Yeah, we basked in it for a little bit. After the game, there was a bit of carry on in the rooms and almost a relief and a celebration of what we were able to achieve. Again, not so much against the opponent, but just the way we were able to operate out on the ground. And then we celebrate our successes early in the week and then quickly shift to this week. And last week is just a week unless we go about our business this week against Sydney.
So the sour point, the really sad note, was the Willie Rioli stuff that came out of it. He was targeted, which was horrible to see. Firstly, how was he in the last couple of days leading into the game today?
Yeah, he's been good the last couple of days. He took off Tuesday, so he didn't come in Tuesday. We let him have some space and just kind of free his mind up a little bit and get back to his happy place there. But since he's been back at the club midweek, he's been really good. He's a great teammate, a great guy around the club. So it's sad to know what happens, and what kind of abuse he gets, and he knows that's not the right way to deal with it. So he was apologetic for that, but at the same time, we're there to support him.
Yeah, tell us about the abuse. I mean, you've been in the game for 20 plus years. Is this the worst you've seen it?
It's pretty disgusting. Yeah, it's I don't know the levels of it, and Willie does, unfortunately, and so for me to act like I do know would be kind of undermining that a little bit, but there isn't a place for it. I don't know why it happens. There just shouldn't be a place for it, and I guess social media and being able to be keyboard warriors is a thing that you just can't hold them to account. So it is a real shame for great people like Willie to have to go through with it. You have to feel sorry for him, and that's why as a club we're there to support Willie as best we can.
Does he have a certain leader that goes to him, or someone that he can rely on, or a coach?
We like to think that we're all there for him and support him, but like I said, we haven't been through that, a lot of us. So, we've got Shawnee Burgoyne at the club who helps him with that. Sam Palpepper and Jeremy Finlayson. So the Indigenous boys, they really rally around each other in times like this, and they've been there for him.
Well, I'm sure he's happy to get out there today. A quick one on that coaching scenario, because at the start of the year, Ken told everyone he's handing over. I'm sure you guys knew there was going to be talk about it all year. So was there chat of how can we make sure we don't get caught up in that outside noise?
Yeah, it's actually been pretty seamless internally. Ken knows that he's ready to move on, and Kari's there for next year, and this year just remains business as usual. So Kenny's a coach, and we love him. We love the way he operates, and we're there to support him for the whole year.
How about your own coaching aspirations? Do you want a head coach role in the whatever distant future?
Yeah, I do, but it's a very distant future for me at the moment. I'm just trying to learn the way. It's my second year as assistant coach, and just each year on year just trying to be better at my craft.
Awesome. Well, good luck today against the Swans. Thanks for your time, Tyson.
Easy. Thanks, Declan.
Port Adelaide's defensive coach Tyson Goldsack there with our own Declan Byrne. The opening bounce here is 23 minutes away at a very bright and sunny and warm Sydney Cricket Ground. Just a few points there on Willie Rioli and the fallout there from that, Alicia. When a teammate's going through that, just from teammate to teammate, how can you support them? And I guess, God knows, lived experience, you've got AFLW players get all kinds of trolling, it seems worse than their male counterparts. But when you apply, obviously, the racial element as well and all that sort of stuff, how do you support your teammate through something like that?
It's a great question, Spriggy, and I think it is something that, I personally have had to deal with, albeit to a different degree, or not a different degree, but relating to other things. So I think the first thing is you don't pretend to know how the person's feeling or know the answers. And I think Tyson Goldsack hit the nail on the head there in saying, look, he hasn't had to deal with the same vitriol that Willie Rioli had to deal with last week. So you don't pretend to know. But what you can do is you can offer support by listening and by trying to educate people to be better and by calling out this behaviour if you do see it. Now, the nature of online trolling makes that hard to do.
Yeah.
But as teammates, all you can do is be there to support your teammate, and that can look really different depending on who you are and your relationship with that teammate and your own personal experience too. But, this is a topic that I take very, very seriously and I'm very passionate about in terms of online trolling, whether it be racial, whether it be homophobic slurs, whether it be anything that's attacking the person. We just don't have place for it in this game. And we're in a day and age now where players are expected to make themselves available online. They're expected to be, they're here, there and everywhere, available to everyone to consume because it's an entertainment industry, absolutely. Make comment on if your team's not performing, that's okay. You can be a frustrated fan. You can, as an entertainer, so to speak, you put yourself out there and if you miss a kick, you're probably going to cop it. But there's no, in my opinion, players should not have to deal with personal abuse, and it's gone to another level. And I know the industry is doing a lot about it, but it goes beyond the industry. It's something that our leaders need to really take note of because too much harm is happening online at the moment. And a credit to a lot of people who've had to work through it and are trying to advocate for significant change.
Tyson Goldsack's a 10-year former player himself, saying it's the all-time worst stuff. The most vocal person through the week, it seemed, was Lachie Neale, dual Brownlow medalist and a club captain, saying, well, enough is enough. And that extends beyond, obviously, whether it's racial, homophobia, whether it's you're stuffed up by multi or something stupid like that.
That's the stuff that I...
But as far as every player, to some degree, has dealt with that because of the public nature of their jobs, nothing justifies what came with Rioli's way in the aftermath of that social media post. But it was his post first. When you apply it to this situation, particularly Jason Seddington, did the club deal with it the right way? It seemed as though that almost silenced him in a way. And so there's probably a layer of, protection, yes, from all that sort of stuff. But the fact that even there's an admission, it wasn't the right way to go about it, the sort of the taunting Hawthorn, blah, blah, blah. Did it seem like the club would maybe silenced him a little bit?
You can possibly go that way, can't you? The way I look at it, it was real pain for Willie and for his family. So again, like you mentioned, Leisha, and well said, by the way, with your comments just before, if you're not in the position, you don't understand. So, yes, to be silenced a little bit from the club, if that's what way we want to say, sort of Port went about it. Yeah, maybe not right. Willie, it was pain, and he expressed it, and that's real pain, and you've got to be compassionate towards that. Personally, I don't know which way you go about dealing with it, but there's always a delicate way, and I'm sure Port were trying to protect Willie in their own right. Again, I don't know, but it's an interesting conversation.
And every situation's different too. No two situations are ever the same in this sort of caper. But yes, he is playing today. Joe Richards is not. He's out with illness, as you heard there from Tyson Goldsack, the Port assistant. So Rory Atkins will be their sub, and on his club debut, the former Crow and Sun making his first appearance in power colours. The Swans have no late changes. They had 3 changes from the selection table on Thursday night. Francis Melican McInerney in for Amadi, Sheldrick and Laddams, and Aaron Francis is the sub today for the home side. 0437 774 774. John from West Footscray, thank you for your text. Who determines which teams play in today's games on Easter weekend? I guess the AFL does consider these things. There are a few non-negotiables, like the Easter Monday clash, so Geelong Hawthorn tomorrow. There's no sort of tradition as far as the Swans and Port in particular. The North Melbourne scenario with Good Friday is probably what's being raised here when you've got a team being belted, as they have been for a little while. Do they deserve to have that billing? I like what North Melbourne does around the Good Friday appeal and all that sort of stuff. They've made that their own. The Dogs also played on Good Friday for a while as well. Those things go well beyond our pay grade, but yeah, these things are determined on some level by the AFL and their match department. 0437 774 774. To deal with pressure, and I don't mean pressure sort of off-field, but you look at Port Adelaide. When St Kilda beat them a couple of weeks ago, it was off the back of elite pressure, wasn't it? And they didn't deal well with it. You would think the Swans recognise that today, Sado and Alicia, and try to make life as hard as possible. The Swans still lead the tackles. They're number one for tackle differential, despite their sort of indifferent form line across their season so far. Pressure will be a huge part of today's game in dry conditions.
No, absolutely. And I mean, that's probably how the Swans are going to go about winning the game. It is that it's a pressure game for them, and trying to limit Port's uncontested possession, because that's what Port actually dealt with really well last week against Hawthorn. Is in and around the contest, they were able to get their handballs and get out of the Port pressure. They were quite composed and calm, and they were able to work their way through and play quite an attacking game of footy and almost beat Hawthorn at their game of football. And the other thing Port did really well last week was they defended extremely well. And when you look at the Swans and the way they want to try and move the ball and get it going live from their back half, that's one thing that Port stopped Hawthorn doing last week as well. So, I mean, what Port did last week, I think, is what they want to bring to the game this week in terms of way of trying to beat the Swans. But for the Swans, definitely the pressure game is important.
Yeah, and just looking at some stats here, so Port Adelaide are number 1 or 2 in the comp, for handball metres gained.
Yeah.
So the first of the Giants, and we know how quickly the Giants move the ball by hand. So Port are second in that. So that's how they want to move the ball, and that's what they were able to do against the pressure, Hawthorn's pressure last week.
Yep.
And then flip it, and particularly listening to Ben Matthews earlier, he said defence is a key pillar of the Swans. It's they've got to get that right before they get their offence right. So for me, I'd be expecting the Swans to, their aim will be to shut down the handball game, slow Port up, so they can't generate that handball metres gain, that run from half back, and make them start kicking the ball, force the long down the line kicks, and I guess win the ball across half back, and that's where they get their offence going. That's where Nick Blakey comes to life. That's where they get their game going. So they'll be looking to slow Port up, that's for sure.
That was their whole thing last year, the scores from D50 of the Swans. They haven't been quite as potent in that category this year at all. Did you hear Ben Matthews? I also mentioned that they, as far as the James Jordan matchup, they rate Connor Rosie, even if he's playing off half-back, to be the man, not Zach Butters. So Connor Rosie last week, 28 touches, 2 goals, despite playing 95% game time in the back half. May well be James Jordan's assignment tonight.
Yeah, and I think that was an impressive switch from Port with Connor Rosie last week to send him to half-back, because he did have a really influential game. So obviously the Swans did notice that, and perhaps, I mean, it sounds like from Ben, that's probably going to be the matchup for James Jordan. But to choose that over a Zach Butters midfield influence is quite interesting.
Keen to get your thoughts, Alicia and Sato, on Mitch Georgiades. I think he's a fascinating player coming into this game today. Port seems actually quite short. I mean, there's Ollie Lord there up forward with him as a key position target, but he's still young and developing. Georgiades is the man now up forward for Port. 44 goals last season, had that bad injury a couple of years ago, but it feels like he's on the precipice of going to the next level.
Yeah.
We're just not quite sure if he'll get there yet. It feels like the kind of game, considering Sydney's issues positionally and injuries and being a little bit unsettled down back, that he can take charge of. I just wonder how highly you rate him. Alicia, you work with the Giants, where he sits in terms of opposition and planning.
I think he'd be really highly rated. As a junior, and when he came into the AFL system, he was extremely highly rated as a forward player. And I think the beauty he gets sort of at the moment is, with Finlayson's obviously not in the team, Todd Marshall's not playing, Charlie Dixon's not there this year. He's actually almost his chance now as that key forward to be the key target. And last week he was fantastic at that for Port Adelaide. So I think his talent's always been there. Maybe the opportunity now has come through for him to really grab that.
Yeah, he's certainly, when you're looking at the team on the board, the opposition team on the board, he's the one in the forward line that you're worried about.
Yep.
He's the big bear in the square, so to speak. And you've got to look to keep him quite early. So I was really impressed with the first quarter he played last week. I think he had, how many shots on goal last week? There are a number of them. So you don't want him hitting the scoreboard early. He's at the age of 23. Look, he's still got a heap of growth ahead of him too. So, they've got a good one in Mitch Georgiades there.
Kicked 3 goals, 2 against the Hawks last week. He kicked 4 in that 112-point thumping of this same opponent back in round 21 last year. Of course, that was only weeks before the Swans would beat them again in the prelim at this very same ground, the SCG. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Danae in Perth says, Rioli commentary, I reckon it diminished discussion on how well he played against the Hawks last week. Lots of smart play and repeated efforts. Hope he goes well today. And Justin in Clifton Hill says, trolling, please. Some of the trollers are players, Taylor Walker and Jason Dunstall, and says TV broadcasters themselves need to look after their content and not promote racist stuff on shows that laugh at Indigenous players. I back with Rioli's sentiments. Thank you, Justin, for your correspondence. 0437 774 774. The opening bounce here is just over 10 minutes away. And it's a beautiful day for footy. Magnificent here as the crowd is still coming in. Of course, mostly red and white. Port Adelaide are out there, as you heard, and they've taken position at the northern end of the SCG, the Paddington end, wearing their main home jumper with the teal, black and white. But the Swans' main issue, obviously, is the forward line. From the 6 players named in the Swans forward line for last year's GF, not that it helped them all that much in the grand final last year, only one player. So Will Hayward is it. Joel Amati, of course, being out. Tom Papley's injury. Errol Goulden with the ankle. Logan McDonald still out with the ankle. Are all at various stages of rehabilitation. And, of course, Luke Parker now at North Melbourne. So they have had to try to find some flexibility, haven't they? Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington. Tom McCartan has spent plenty of time up forward, which of course he was early in his career. We talk about guys like Joel Hamling and Aaron Francis, who may well swing that way as well. But and Chad Warner is also spending more time down forward as well, as they try to get even more output from their superstar players.
Yeah, that's the concern for mine going into today. Where is Sydney, or how are Sydney going to kick their goals? And of course, we know Chad Warner and Isaac Heaney can go forward and kick goals. But then you look at the Port Adelaide midfield today and you just think perhaps those players also need to be in between the arcs, delivering the ball inside 50. So where are those goals going to come from today? We know McLean kicked 3 last week. Hanley kicked 2. They're going to have to rely on their mids getting forward, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're hoping for some run-off half-back from a Nick Blakey type to kick some long-range goals.
Easter Sunday, Sydney Cricket Ground for a rematch of last year's prelim final. It was high stakes then, and maybe it's not quite the same in round 6, but for these two sides, an identical win-loss ledger, a win that would be more than ideal indeed. Speaking of ideal, we have perfect Sydney autumn weather as you join us here at the SCG. We're coaching his first year in Dean Cox, and of course Port Adelaide midway through their transition in Ken Hinkley's final season. Can they make one last push? We saw the best of the power last week against the flag favourites Hawthorn. Can they embolden some consistency that has so eluded them here at Port Adelaide Football Club for quite some time? Welcome to Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. The opening bounce here is only 8.5 minutes away. My name is Brett Sprigg. If you have just joined us, Daniel Garb will call the action alongside me. Garby, it's a fantastic day for footy.
Gorgeous Easter Sunday in Sydney. Two sides that we know at their best can mix it with the very best, but we're not quite sure what they'll be in season 2024. And the early rounds have told us that about Sydney and Port. Sydney more so due to injuries. Port, of course, there's still some uncertainty around everything at that club. They had a massive win last week, though. They smashed the Swans towards the end of last season. Sydney got up in the prelim, though. So many questions to be answered today. Can't wait for it.
In case you missed the team news, so Aaron Francis comes in. He's their sub. Melican and McInerney, who's back from suspension. Out goes Joel Amati with a hamstring. Angus Sheldrick, who was last week's Swans sub. And Peter Adams won't play against his old side. He's been omitted. And for Port Adelaide, a late change sees Rory Atkins make his club debut as the sub for Port Adelaide, the former Crow and Gold Coast Sun. Darcy Byrne-Jones also back from suspension. Last week's sub Joe Berry goes out, and the late out was Joe Richards, who is out with illness. It's 12v13. So the intrigue here around these two sides and where they sit in the grand scheme of things. And in fact, a winner tonight or today, depending on what happens as far as percentage, may well go into the top 8. They will if it's Sydney. Of course, you've got later on the Dogs and the Saints, who are still also around that logjam of teams on 2 or 3 wins as well. And yes, our experts are former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington and former Giants captain and AFLW champion Alicia Eva. Let's face it, the Swans, they are the third worst team in the comp for scores per inside 50. So we mentioned their usual sort of rebound method, but they also rank 14th for their one-on-one win rate inside forward 50. But yeah, as I say, clearly a big part of what they do, at least in recent history, has been generating scoring from down back. But I guess when you move the magnets around and Tom McCartan's playing forward, how much do you miss him down back, Sado? Because it's no coincidence. Their rate of intercept marking plummets when he's not there either.
Yep, they do.
Melican's back today.
No, well, that helps. They do miss him down back. And I think today's probably one of those opportunities to go, well, with Amati out, is this where we see the McCartan experiment, if we want to call it that, step into play, and he stands up and we go, okay, we can see why they're making that move and persisting with Tom McCartan as that key forward? Or is it a case of, well, at some point, do you need to send him back? It is the question around their forwards. Hayden McLean needs to stand up. Can he have a presence up forward? And who is going to kick those goals? They do rely on their midfielders to do it. But, gee, I'm intrigued to see whether McCartan, is it him today that can be the one that can provide that presence up forward?
I want to see Joel Hanley up forward. He hasn't kicked an AFL goal yet. He's won a flag. He's played nearly 100 games. Played in the VFL a fair bit last year. Hasn't kicked an AFL goal yet, Joel Hanley.
Maybe today, Spriggy.
Maybe
today.
Could we be so lucky?
We might.
Well, if he does, we know it's the Swans' day, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and it might be. I mean, where's he starting? Full back, so he might require a few 50-metre penalties. But look, stranger things have happened. Look, Aaron
Sam
Francis
Taylor kicked a goal at the start of the year for the Giants. Anything's possible.
He did.
Yeah.
Aaron Francis as the sub is intriguing one for mine. Speaking to Ben Matthews earlier, he provides versatility as a tall. He can play down back as an intercepting mark-off opposition player, but he equally has played a lot of football forward, and he's really strong in the air, so he's another option they can swing forward if they need to.
I reckon one key thing for the Swans forwards too is limiting Aliir's influence. Yep. I mean, he's a great intercept defender. If you can keep him accountable and have him have to defend rather than roll off, that's a key thing with trying to beat Port for a forward line, is the Swans need to keep him accountable.
And it's so fascinating in modern footy. We talk about the tag, and I think we always think it's the best midfielder you go after, but coaching now and defensive roles, a forward might be selected on the basis of how he or she may nullify their direct opponent, who is an intercepting half-back.
Limit the influential players.
Yes, so it's going to be a bit of a game of chess out there potentially, with some tactics and some tags and some matchups.
Well, and that's definitely true. And I mean, we did talk to Ben Matthews earlier for those that were tuned in. We're talking about the James Jordan tag. Is it Zach Butters, who he did a pretty good job on in that prelim final last year, and he's a renowned tagger. Butters, very influential player. But Ben was talking about Connor Rosie off half-back, as he plays that forward, like you're talking about, Alicia, who limits the influence from a half-back, is a real big one. The other one is, I think last year, going back to the prelim again, Will Drew went pretty close, strong run with Isaac Heaney. We're going to see that match up today. The Port still say Heaney's the most influential. They got injuries. If we can contain Heaney, maybe we get the job done on the Swans as well.
Forget my crowd call. It actually seems like it's going okay here crowd-wise. It's filling up in perfect conditions for footy. It's a little warm, if anything, but the opening bounce here is 4 minutes away, and it looks like we'll have 30-odd thousand here. Only holds sort of mid-40s here at the SCG, and we'll see how it all transpires here for the first of our two games on ABC Sport on Easter weekend, the Sunday in AFL Round 6. How impressive was Rosie last week? 28 disposals. Still managed to kick 2 goals, 1 for Port Adelaide in that win against Hawthorn. Massive.
Yeah, extra impressive. And it's been a bit of a switch to set it. I mean, paid in dividends, but again, great player, influential player, and if you can set up your play off half-back, it's quite often it's the most dangerous style of footy, isn't it, Alicia? On the turnover, on the rebound, before opposition defence gets set up. Or you can feed back to them and get that run. Rosie was pretty good.
Yeah, you see a lot of class players playing across half-back now, getting, on turnover, just getting dangerous. You want the ball in your best player's hands, so for him to distribute, to get forward, to kick inside 50, but also hit the scoreboard himself. I mean, what a weapon and what a player to have running around in that number 1 Guernsey.
I did see as well, speaking of expectant parents, and Garby's just he's had his little boy during the week, which is fantastic. He and his wife Natasha. I see Connor Rosie announced that him and his wife are having their second, a little baby boy, due a long time from now. And the top comment on the replies was from Zach Butters, who just said, "Call him Zach." So he's vice captain there, just making sure he's not too far from the skipper's mind there, Connor Rosie, who trots the middle of the SCG, and we'll toss the coin here very, very shortly. So, give us your final couple of thoughts, Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington, because the Swans feel like an entirely new team, not just because they have an injury list. Port, of course, missing a couple of players as well, but how they approach this game today, a game they must win, really. If they're going to be a top 4 contender, rather than be 2-4, be 3-3 at least, and away again against Gold Coast next week, who'll be on the rebound from the massive loss last night. Your final couple of points on this game, the Swans and Port Adelaide.
I'll start, Sato. Look, as you said, it's a critical game for both sides. For mine, I think Sydney need to stop Port Adelaide's running game. They need to force them to kick long, and that's where Sydney needs to be clinical on turnover. They need the likes of Nick Blakey to take the ball off the line, to open up the ground and find some marks inside 30. Not marks 45 plus out, but inside 30. Their mids have got to get dangerous. They've got to hit the scoreboard. But, yeah, I think it's a critical game for both, but I think Port Adelaide on paper will get the job done.
And the question for me is, can Port repeat what they did last week? They were fantastic. Offensively, they were composed and calm in the contest, were able to work their way through Hawthorn. They were able to get a very strong, positive attacking running game going, and they really torched the Hawks through periods. Can they repeat that and do that again?
He's been busy in both camps. Declan Byrne is now in position on the boundary for the rest of the afternoon. What's it like there, Declan?
Oh, the way I describe it is chocolate eggs melting in your pocket. It is hot down here, nearly 30 degrees. There's a really light breeze. 36 days it's been between SCG games, but the crowd we thought might have been away down the coast or up the coast. They are filling up here at the SCG, which is exciting. Heaney won the toss for the Swans, so they will head to the Paddington end. In a nice moment, Ken Hinkley was sitting down. He got up to say hey to Dean Cox as he headed up to the box.
Yeah, coach in his first year and a coach in his last year. So the question is, under sunny Sydney skies, who gets the chocolates on Easter Sunday? On ABC Sport, you're with Dan Garb.
We'll find out in a few hours. James Jordan straight to Connor Rozee, Brodie Grundy and Jordan Sweet in the middle of the ground. A rematch of last year's preliminary final. Isaac Heaney gets first hands to it. Willem Drew not too far away from him. So there's the two tags. Yep. Jordan on Rozee, and Willem Drew is following Isaac Heaney. Sweet down to Chad Warner, wrapped up well by Jason Horne-Francis. So we'll have a third ball up, about a metre away from the centre circles of the SCG. Grundy wins the tap. Roberts with a handball, still in the middle of the ground. Burgoyne picks it up for Port. To Rozee, and now Farrell with that lovely left boot. Kicks Port deep into attack. Georgiades underneath us, so is Lord. Put his hands up over the back of the pack. And Blakey just shepherds it through for the first score of the game. Behind to Port. 45 seconds gone. Sunday afternoon footy on your Easter Sunday on ABC Sport. Swans yet to go past halfway.
That's that danger of Port. Rozee and Farrell winning that footy and sending it inside 50. Very damaging, a couple of plays there.
Zane Rampy swinging across the defensive goal mouth here for Roberts. Plays on now. Matt Roberts, a South Australian himself. That left boot off half back. Trapped there by Campbell. Dispossessed briefly. Jordan wins the footy. Shares it with McInerney. Now Roberts there as well. Little 1-2 with Grundy. Florent fires the hand pass back to Lyndon McInerney. Back from suspension. Underground hand pass was awkward there again for Hamling. Work back here again now for Wicks. They'll switch it across to the outer side. It's marked by Jake Lloyd. This might be their first foray forward of halfway, the Sydney Swans. Port have the first behind of the game.
Yeah, Port have done really well to slow them up and hold them up. Obviously, from the switch, the Swans would have wanted to go quick, but Port done a great job.
So Lloyd will go long. McLean's underneath it off hands. Heaney's there. Falls the way of Tom McCartan playing forward. Gives it to McLean. Now back to McCartan. Snaps to the top of the square. It's wide, though, and out of bounds on the full. So, yep, Tom McCartan, in the absence of Joel Amati, starting as a key forward like he did in the first couple of rounds of the season before that plan was aborted.
Oh, just make it Joel Hamling, you cowards. 2.5 gone. First term here, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. And Port Adelaide, Jones, beyond defensive 50 here. Farrell shares the hand pass, blazing away off half back. Room to bounce again. Rozee, couple of bounces, goes inside forward. 50 out in the 2-on-1. Rampy outnumbers Powell Pepper. Wicks toes it forward here. Overrun by Blakey. Dangerous now. Rioli is lurking. And he manhandles Wicks and just slams him into the fence. And that will be a throw-in. In fact, will be a Sydney free kick given the overzealous actions there of Willie Rioli. So it's Port Adelaide 1 behind. The Swans yet to score. 3 gone first term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Nick Blakey's copped a little hit to the head, slow to get to his feet. He's shaking it off now, but he is still grabbing the back of his head where that famous mullet sits. Swans driving up the wing. That's a strong mark by Hayden McLean. Sydney needs that today. Ron McDonald, Noah Marty. Good grab, McLean. Kicks Sydney inside 50. It's over the head of Jordan, though. Puts the tackle on Lockie Jones. Jones got free of it. Handball to Moraes, and now Rosie. In the middle of the ground, it's Horn Francis. It was drive one to centre half forward, and Willie Rioli's grabbed it, plays on quickly, and he spotted up Georgiades, and he's got a man in the square all on his own in Pal Pepper. Kicks it through from half a metre out, and ported the first goal of the game. 1-1-7, Swans yet to score, and that was done rather easily.
Well, that was just handball chains straight through the corridor, as easy as you like there by Port Adelaide, and we've spoken about that at length. That's what they want to do. That's how they want to play, just handball chains. It probably was far less pressure on the ball than what Sydney would have liked. But look, that's a goal from the goal line, essentially. So I think the first initial kick down the line that McLean marked was a really clever kick. It wasn't high in the air for the likes of Radigalea and Alir to get their hands on. It was marked. But then the kick going inside forward 50 was shallow. It was turned over at half forward. And that's where Port Adelaide get their handball game going off turnover.
Yeah, it was the McLean kick, wasn't it, going inside 50. He took off, he played on, and he just blazed and dumped it in, where Port just had the numbers there. And, gee, they're aggressive off half-back, and why wouldn't you be with players like Rosie, Farrell and Jones?
Restart back in the middle on ABC Sport. Heaney has to win the footy. Grundy, fresh air shot off the ground. Trapped by Lloyd, playing middle, goes high inside forward 50. McCartan can't quite get there on the bounce. Hayward lurking as well. And gives away the free kick here on Lockie Jones. Held it out the football. Port Adelaide free in front of the scoreboard at left half back here at the SCG. Sunny, warm conditions on Easter Sunday. 5 gone first term. 1-1-7 the power play. The Swans still yet to score.
Free kick. Brody Grundy puts
big
someone.
fella Jordan Sweet, who's got the free kick here, given away by Brody Grundy.
No protest from Grundy. Sweet has it just behind the logo, underneath the Bill O'Reilly stand at the SCG. Gorgeous Sunday in Sydney. Kicks Port into attack. Big grab. Potentially Georgiades had the sit, had the hands on it, couldn't quite reel it in at the second attempt. It spills free into the pocket, and Jackson Mead will just take it over the boundary line. Left forward pocket for Port. He got up high there, Georgiades. It was almost an absolute beauty. Wonderful sit. And he had a good look at it too. Just bounced off the fingertips.
And they're the contests you need too from your key forwards when the Swans have their key backs rolling off and trying to create an easy one out.
Francis turns blind, comes back goal side now, swings it across here to the hot spot, rode by Pal Pepper, hand pass comes back again, little chain, it's picked off there, the hand pass from Lord, intercepted by Hayward. The Swans are away here. Heaney, that's centre half back for the home side, still chasing their first score of the game. Wide here, leading up, all out there is Hanley, receives the free kick. In fact, no, it's going to be a chopping of the arms going the other way. No, it's not. There was some confusion there from Mason Horn-Francis, but it's going to be Hanley's free kick.
It's still confusion as to whose free kick it is.
Meanwhile, Port have got all their numbers back.
They did it well against Hawthorn last week too. They forced Hawthorn to go long down the line. So far they've done that to the Swans also.
High inside forward 50, out to a 2-on-3. Alir at the back. Heaney though, sharks it, snaps from the pocket, 40 out and bounces it through. They had to wait a while for the home side get their first goal in style through Isaac Heaney. Port Adelaide 1-1-7, Sydney 1 straight 6-7 goal in opening terms. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Yeah, well, Port did well to hold up the Swans. It was a slow free kick. They had numbers back, but just the contest up forward. Heaney, he's ever so dangerous when he's in that part of the ground. Read the crumb. A wonderful snap from the boundary line. It's what we see quite often, don't we, from Isaac Heaney. It's what it makes him such a great midfielder that can get forward. It's just a perfect crumb and a wonderful finish. And that's what the Swans need. They need their midfielders kicking goals. We've spoken about their forward line. And they need their mids to pop up and do this, and that's exactly what Heaney did.
It's a quality finish there.
Always is. I feel like it always is.
There was a feeling of inevitability about it when he picked up the football in that right forward pocket, Isaac Heaney. Wonderful snap for the Swans first, 1 straight 6, Port 1-1-7. 8 minutes gone in the first term here at the SCG. Pal Pepper has it, attacking part of the square, and he's caught holding the ball. Strong tackle by Blakey. Took a while to get rid of it, Sam Pal Pepper. Nick Blakey at true centre half back. Port back in numbers, in abundance yet again. So Blakey will go out to the wing. Spot up Lloyd on a lead. Some separation on Burgoyne. He'll kick to half forward, looking for Hayward. Not his best effort, though. It's picked off by Connor Rozee.
Rosie's kick goes into the back of Heaney. Ball alive here for Cleary of the Swans. Sweeping hand pass off half forward. Dumping the tackle was Campbell. The umpire says give it to me for a ball up.
Smothered that with the back of his head, Heaney, I think.
Port Adelaide by a point here. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Grundy again tried to move the footy by foot. It was partly smothered. Wines lays a tackle. Ball comes loose here potentially now again for Hayward. Squeezes the ball out there for Lloyd. Tracks back at the 50. The defender goes down the line here. Up in front, Ranigalea. Good contest there with McCartan. Second bite. And the big Fijian ensures there is no further advance. Port Adelaide 1-1. The Swans are 1 straight 6. 9 gone first turn ABC Sport.
Ranigalea, long kick up to the wing. Punched away by 3 Swans and they win it at ground level as well through Rampy. Long ball inside 50. Aaliyah and McLean jump for it. Rosie's having an influence in the first term. Wins the handball out wide. Bergman now to Cochrane. And Port move it outside defensive 50. That's a good kick from Cochrane. Wasn't gathered cleanly on the half volley though by Georgiades. Butters wins it though on the logo. They move it forward to Sweet. Warner's scrapping around with him. And the Swans win it back as a result. Bice with his first possession of the game. Now to Rampy. The centre half back, they work it to Heaney. And now through the corridor. Here's Blakey onto his left. Chisels one looking for McLean. Kept it out in front of him. Gathered nicely by Jordan. Snaps towards goal. It'll bounce a couple of times to go through for a behind. And the scores level now 10 minutes into the first term. Sydney 117, Port 117, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
I'm feeling for Hayden McLean. I think the last 2 inside 50s, he's got separation from Aaliyah and the kicks have missed. Both kicks have missed, so it's allowed Aaliyah to get into the contest. But Hayden McLean's getting some separation at the moment if they can just hit him up.
Bergman kicks out here for Port Adelaide. The members' wing. Spoiled away. Trying to hunt the footy there is Cochrane. One away by Grundy of the Swans. Shares it now with Florent. Has room to bounce. At left half forward. Goes inside 50. Ready to lay up in front again. It's come off his chest. Bice hunts the footy. Dummies the hand pass. That was Campbell in there. Now he's dispossessed. And now it will be, in fact, holding the ball. So the tackle of Jones rewarded on Braden Campbell. Port Adelaide's ball at centre half back. It's the Swans 117. Port Adelaide 117. 11 going first term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Lucky Jones has Georgiades out in a long lead. It bounces out in front of him. And Lewis Melican, who has the big task of trying to quell the influence of Port's main man in attack. So we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of the Swans bench.
I feel like the Swans just winning the ground ball game at the moment, Lee. Able to get some of those hands. If they just clean up those inside 50 entries, they could be getting a couple more shots on goal.
Grundy and Sweet wrestling. Well done by Hanley to get first hands when the ball hit the ground. Port have won it back. And Drew has pumped them into attack. Over the head of Georgiades and Melican. Hamling did well to spin out of pressure. And now clear the danger for Sydney, but he's done so straight to Zach Butters. And the 2-time All-Australian for Port has marked it just forward of the wing.
Now vice-captain sends it on quickly. And Wines jots back and marks on the junction of 50 here for Port Adelaide in the right forward pocket.
Yeah, I felt like...
short kick from Wines, but the umpire hadn't quite set the mark, so we'll come back here, Alicia.
Yeah, I feel like, Sydney have been on top the last 5 minutes, and it's been through their own run and carry handball game across half-back. And that last entry they had spot on. Blakey, when Blakey's running and kicking the ball, Sydney score more often than not. Yep. They've just got to clean up their finish going inside 50.
Ollie Wines, 30-plus touches in 3 out of his 5 games so far this year. For the Brownlow medalist of 4 seasons ago. He fancy himself with a set shot after all that. Chad Warner stands the mark. Wines lays into it. It looks pretty straight. Comes back. Not quite with the carry as it's stumped through for a minor score. Port Adelaide 1-2-8. The Swans are 1-1-7. 13 gone to the opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Nick Blakey surveying his options from the Swans defensive goal square. Nice crowd in here at the SCG on Easter Sunday. Glorious conditions as Blakey goes short to Warner at left half back. That's not Chad Warner's best kick. Not sure who he was aiming for. Went over the head of Melican. Farrell was able to gather it. Plays on quickly. Finds Wines. Wines gives it back to Farrell. That's dangerous for Sydney. He's a beautiful left foot, but that is putting the Mozza on the number 6 for Port Adelaide because he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. And I'm not sure where he was aiming with that disposal. So a let off for Sydney. Port 128, Swans 117.
You are correct, though, Garby, with Farrell and Rosie getting the ball off half-back or on the wing and sending inside 50 is dangerous for the Swans.
Short kick, Blakey finds Bice. Debuted here as the sub back in round 1 against Brisbane, Riley Bice. He's taken the Swans fans by storm, hasn't he?
Oh, he's had a good start to his career. Mature age player from Albury.
Down the line here, it's picked off by Farrell again. So, Port get it back just forward of halfway.
Their boys just letting them down, Swans, isn't it? Yep.
Farrell, same part of the ground as last time. Just finds the marking target there. Georgiades deep in the right forward pocket.
Yes, Sato, I think they've gone down the line maybe 5 times already this quarter. One of them worked. It was that low dart kick to McLean, but the rest have been chopped off or intercepted and gone straight back inside 50. So they're going to have to find some different avenues to move the ball forward.
Yeah, and even if you are going down the line, it's got to be a bit more of a weighted kick, and you've got to have some presence there to at least bring the ball to ground.
Tight angle here for Mitch Georgiades. 3 goals against the Hawks last week. Kicked 4 against the Swans in a game last year. Curls it around with a check side effort. Oh. He's on the board here. Port have their second. 2-2-14. The Swans will 1-1-7. 14 played in the opening quarter here on ABC Sport. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Corey Warner was trying to get on for sort of 3 minutes, trying to get Hanley off. He ended up getting McLean off, which is possibly why they were looking short there. Just had McCartan as a tall up the line.
It's a good call.
Yep.
Be a coach.
Lovely finish from Georgiades. But there was the kick again. The kick.
Well, it was very
Farrell
out of the
it
full
was
again.
Nearly out of the full. It was centimetre perfect in the end to hit Georgiades, but it was Farrell, wasn't it? Getting the ball in again. It's definitely the dangerous play. The Swans half forwards, they really need to shut down, I guess, in that defence, play that defensive role. They're 2 very dangerous players, Rosie and Farrell.
Wonderful goal, Mitch Georgiades. 2-2-14 Port. Swans 1-1-7. As Grundy palms it down to Warner, he gets free of Horne-Francis. Got a whistle on the play, though. And he's going to come back. Again, there's confusion over the free kick. Could have go the way of Rowbottom. I'm not sure why that wasn't advantage paid, because Warner had sprung free in the centre of the ground. Perhaps they felt as though his kick wasn't quite an advantage for the Swans, and Rowbottom can set them up a little bit better. An odd one, nonetheless. His kick straight down the corridor, and Grundy puts a strong tackle on Wines. Inside 50 in an attacking sense for the Swans. We'll have a ball up.
I'm sounding like a negative Nelly here, Alicia, which is normally not my go, but that was another horrible entry from the Swans. I mean, Port probably should have taken that mark.
One down here for Port Adelaide. Cleared away by Ollie Wines. High ball beyond defensive 50. Into a 2-on-2. Pumped away again, this time by Hamling. Onto it, Blakey. Swings it back inside 50. It's tipped on here by Wines, and now Farrell into some pressure, was run down there by McInerney. It comes back to Roberts, sends it towards full forward, but Radigalea gets back and marks on the last line for Port Adelaide. It's the Power who lead, 2-2-14. The Swans are 1-1-7, 16 and a half played in the opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport as Jason Horne-Francis marks in the shadows of the old grandstands here at the SCG at right half back.
Third possession of this first term for Horne-Francis. Up to the wing for Georgiades. Strong grab. Just inside the boundary line. A beautiful mark, isn't he? Hamling was right with him. So after kicking a lovely goal, Georgiades takes an important controlling grab for Port. Gets it back now for Boak and kicks to half forward. Powell Pepper wasn't watching. It was off the hands of Bice. Just kept in by Powell Pepper. A word from down there, Declan Byrne on the boundary, is that it was out. So a lucky break for Port, perhaps. Swans win it back, though, through Blakey. And now Jordan will take it over the boundary line. In fact, it's Corey Warner. A bit scrappy over the last few minutes. Port 2-2-14, though. Sydney 1-1-7, 17 and a bit gone in the first term.
Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Thank you, Craig and Jack, listening in the car. And Ron is watching Jack Ginnivan play in the reserves. Yeah, he's playing for Box Hill at Linear Park against Geelong, so not in the ones for tomorrow's clash on Easter Monday. Give you some numbers at half time if we get closer. I think those teams are due out at 6:20, the usual time for those sides. Port Adelaide by 7 points here at the SCG, meanwhile. Out after it again here, Horne-Francis. Kept alive, though, by Cleary of the Swans, and now the kick from Rowbottom goes high in the air toward the wing. Allowed to bounce. Out after it again is Rosie. Mead Floats it all the way back to Aliir, the former Swan. Balks around one of the Swans' attackers and now comes wide to find Farrell. True centre wing commentary side. Gets it off here to his skipper. Rosie kicks, and again it's off target. Out of bounds on the full at left half back for the Sydney Swans. Port at 2-2-14. Sydney 1-1-7. 18.5 played the opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Both sides struggling for accuracy at the moment with their possessions inside 50. Winds underneath it on the wing. He had his arms chopped by Tom McCartan.
They've been very wide with their entries, Port, haven't they? It'd be nice to see them get a bit more corridor.
They lead by 7 points, though, as Wines goes into the right forward pocket. Excellent grab, Horn Francis. Timed his jump superbly. Got in front of a couple of Swans. And he'll kick from 45 out in a very tight angle, about 3 metres in from the boundary line.
Timed his jump well, but also protected the drop zone of the ball. Just how he positioned his body. He knew contact was coming, but he shaped his jump so he could protect the ball. Almost double grabbed it in the end. But we know he's a quality player.
The former number 1 draft pick spent 1 season as a Kangaroo before moving back to South Australia with Port. And he's out of bounds on the full. And that sums up the disposal from both sides in this first term so far. Port remain 2-2-14, Sydney 1-1-7, down to Declan Byrne.
Confirming there's no wind either, so they can't blame it on that.
Is there a magnet in that pocket that ball
Can't
is?
confirm that, though.
Comes to Melican here beyond defensive 50. One of their 3 inclusions this week, the Swans. Call to play on. Drives it long down the members' side. Hayward in the contest with Aliir. Comes wide now to Campbell. Shoots the hand pass back to Rowbottom. Off a step. High ball inside forward 50. McLean up in front. Got the better of Jordan Sweet. And Hayden McLean clunks it 30 out on a 45-degree angle.
Well, it was a better kick. They had the one-on-one. Kicked it to McLean's advantage. All he needed to do was get the body work right. He did it nice and early. Was able to get Sweet out of position, McLean, and once he can get his dukes up, he doesn't drop many. He's a terrific contested mark. But it was just a kick that was able to go inside 50 to the advantage of the forward.
The voice of former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington, here on ABC Sport. Hayden McLean, a massive role for him to play as the new number 1 target up forward in the wake of Joel Amani's injury. Kicked 3 goals against the Pies last week. He misses this, narrow to the near side. And that'll be Sydney 1-2-8. Port Adelaide 2-2-14. Just hit time on now in the opening term here at the SCG. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Jace Burgoyne gathers it. Right back pocket. Has some space. So enjoys a couple of bounces. No goals for Georgiades. Over the head of he and Melican. And the bounces over the boundary line in front of the Swans. Sorry, the Port Adelaide bench. We will have a boundary throw in. Port 2-2-14. Sydney 1-2-8. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. As Hayden McLean and Jordan Sweet shield their eyes from the sun. McLean palms it down. Butters couldn't gather it. Swans try to win it back. Socket off the ground by Jackson Mead. Almost gathered by Cochrane. But they do well, Port, just to force this inside attacking 50. Under pressure. Hambling picks it up, puts Rampy under the cosh, but he does well, Dane Rampy, the veteran, who becomes the 9th most capped Swan in today's game. Breaks free and kicks it up to the wing, off hands, punched forward by Radigalea. The boundary thrown just outside 50 for Port, but that was strength by the veteran in Dane Rampy to get the Swans out of trouble.
Also becomes their most capped rookie, in which they had a few good rookies, haven't they, the Sydney Swans, over their journey? So
absolutely, Brett Kirk. It's impressive when you didn't debut till about 24 to play that many games of football.
Rowbottom slips over here. There was a free kick before that going Sydney's way.
Game 257 for
Ice under some pressure, just evades the tackle of Jace Burgoyne. Comes wide here for Florent. Hand pass inboard. Campbell, and now good chase from Willem Drew. This time to affect a ball up on the commentary wing. Port lead by 6 points here. 2-2 plays 1-2. Declan Byrne downstairs.
Umpire in a hat. How often do we see that?
That's umpire Matt Nichols, who's got the lid on today. Well, it comes here. Butters fires the hand pass wide. Mead to Willem Drew. They're queuing up here. Burn Jones, 55 out, goes high toward the hot spot. Out the back, strong grab again from Ollie Lord. You've got the separation down there on Joel Hamling, and now Lord is a point-blank range, no more than 10 metres out.
He did well, Lord, because I thought he lost best position in that marking contest, but he was able to slip around the back again on his opponent.
Shouldn't say he's point blank. He's in the pocket, but he's going to do the little side snap here. No real distance. He just guides this through off the inside of his boot, Ollie Lord. So he's on the board here as well. Port Adelaide extend their margin out to 12 points. 3-2-20. The Sydney Swans are 1-2-8. 23 gone to the opening quarter. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
So Ollie Lord takes a good mark and goes back and kicks a goal. But I just want to talk about Willem Drew for a moment. In the stoppage that set up that play forward, he actually lays the tackle that stops the Swans from getting the ball inside 50 essentially after a few broken tackles. He then follows up and gets the clearance. So just some really good work on the wing there by Willem Drew.
So Port Adelaide with the early break here at the SCG. 23 and a half minutes gone in the first quarter. 3-2-20. The Swans 1-2-8. Goals for Georgiades, Lord and Powell Pepper for Port Adelaide. And Isaac Heaney, the solitary major for the Swans. Grundy and Sweet. Two ruckmen to do battle again. Grundy with a clean tapper, well read by Butters. Got hands on it. Spills free and gathered by Mead. Port will go inside 50 again through Ollie Wines. They camped underneath it, and Lord almost took another grab. Wicks did well to impact him. Picked up by Powell Pepper. He has strength. Handballs back in the pocket to Moraes. And now Horn Francis just outside 50. Broke free of a tackle. And with composure looks to spot up Rosie, who marks. Excellent work, Horn Francis, to find some space. And Rosie with strength. James Jordan tagging him right next to him. Managed to outmark him. He'll kick from just outside 50. Slight angle to the left.
Well, it's the power of Powell Pepper at first to shrug off a tackle, and then Horn Francis as well. But to see Connor Rosie off half-back really sneaking up forward, which you can do when you've got a defensive forward player, and you can go wherever you want, Alicia, and to get himself into that position to be able to take that strong mark and now get a shot on goal is pretty impressive.
Jordan doing the tagging work on Rosie, but Rosie on top early. Strikes us from 51 metres. It sails through, three-quarter post high. Beautiful strike, Connor Rosie. And Port have another. And that is an early captain's goal. 4-2-26 Port Adelaide. Sydney 1-2-8, 25 minutes gone in the first quarter.
Just a beautiful finish too. Like he's kicked that from 50, 51. Yeah. Sad, I got a question for you because we saw that play set up by a few broken tackles. First Powell Pepper, then Horn Francis. Who, when you were playing, one of the hardest players to tackle?
Oh my God. Gee, it's a long way back into my memory.
All right, I'll ask you another question.
Well, it's hard too because I wasn't very good at tackling. So everyone.
All right, who do you rate in the modern game playing now as the best at evading tackles? I'm sure Harley Reid comes to mind. Where does Horn Francis sit in the conversation?
Oh no, he's way up there. And Powell Pepper's the same. They've just got so much speed and power. Bontempelli's very hard to tackle. Cripps, they're big bodies that just got power and drive their way through.
Well, Adelaide by a clean 3-goal lead, 18 points is that margin. Restart back in the middle. Heaney hunts the footy here for the Swans. Has the option there. Grundy by hand now. Roberts, hurried ball, tumbles down the corridor. Campbell there as well for the Swans to Rowbottom. He slips the tackle. Back to Braden Campbell. He accelerates 55 out. Into the pocket. McCartan and Radigalia in the contest, and it carries over both of them and skids out of bound for a throw-in deep at the Pennington end of the SCG. That's the Swans' attacking end. They're down by 18 points. We have seen the Swans hunt leads or hunt deficits the past couple of years, but they look, I won't say a shadow of their former selves, but it's not quite the same team right now. Different coach, a lot of players missing. Back in it comes. McLean wins it down. Worked on here as, again, Jordan tries to get it away. He was wrapped up, the umpire, with the hat on. Matt Nichols says give it to me for a ball up in the right forward pocket.
I just think it's been a long period where the Swans are always dangerous up forward. You know, Buddy when he was playing, but even Papley when he was there last year. That's just what they're missing. There's no dangerous forward at present.
Heaney got it out to Rowbottom, but he was well tackled by Wines and Mead. So another ball up just inside 50 for the Swans.
They've had almost equal inside 50s this quarter.
Yeah, just their efficiency going in and struggle.
McLean got ball onto boot, very quickly. And bounces over the boundary line for a throw-in. Right forward pocket for Sydney, who are 1-2-8 Port. The excellent first term, 4-2-26, down to Declan Byrne.
Just quickly watch on Josh Sin, who got some testing on his right lower leg. Couldn't tell if it was knee or lower leg. He's back on the bench now, but bit of an issue.
Back in it comes. Sweet down here. Heaney was dispossessed in the flop tackle from Jordan Sweet. Now Porter away off half back. Bergman Tries to weave his way through traffic. Hand pass went straight to Matt Roberts of the Swans. Now hacked out of the air by Mead off half-back to Port Adelaide. Palpepper is all by himself here before Melican gets to him. Melican, good pressure there as the footy comes back to Roberts. Now the Swans can overlap. Corey Warner on to Justin McInerney. He holds the footy just forward of halfway. I'd love a goal before quarter time, the Sydney Swans. Down by 18 points here. McInerney plays on here. Sends it inside 50. Aliir had a clear look at that, and he takes in a set mark uncontested.
It's just the kick was too shallow. It needed some air. Give the forwards a chance to try and bring it to ground.
He didn't kick it quickly because he saw Aliir there. That allowed Port the chance to get back in numbers, and he kicked it to him anyway.
Yep.
As the switch is on for Port, they work it out to the left back pocket, but it's gathered there by Jordan for Sydney. Blakey tucks under his arm, tries to get the Swans going, finds McInerney, chisels one into the pocket for Heaney, over his head though, and then it bounces out in front of McLean. So a boundary throw in right forward pocket for Sydney, who was struggling for clean entries inside 50. They are 1-2-8, Port 4-2-26. 29 minutes gone in the first term.
Sydney are currently going 7% goals per inside 50. 7%.
It's been their deficiency all year so far across these first 5 games. And back in it comes. McLean down to Chad Warner. Had the arm pinned down there by Christian Moraes. Eventually hacked clear. All the way back here, they can straighten up the Sydney Swans. A little flying shot from Bice at just inside 50, and he misses. In fact, he misses the lot. It's out of bounds on the full. So it remains Port Adelaide 4-2-26. The Swans are 1-2-8. We're about to hit the half-hour mark here in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Aliir up to the wing for Port. Sweets underneath it. Grundy hit the floor. Ball landed up with Grundy somehow. Well done by Heaney just to get that to Wicks. And now pumps Sydney back into attack again. Aliir slapped it away from McLean down to Farrell. And he finds Wines with a short kick that just went to 15. Probably a few AFL players watching that going, hang on, I've been pinged for that this round, because they've been hodding at the umps, but that one was allowed to Ollie Wines. He works it up to the wing. Grundy and Hamling there. And Brodie Grundy keeps it in play, but gave it straight to Zach Butters. He'll go backwards to Ollie Wines, just outside defensive 50 to set things up for Port. They're 4-2-26. Swans 1-2-8. Half an hour gone in the first.
Yeah, they're just happy to see this quarter out now, Port. Great advantage, go it slow.
Warm conditions here as well in the Harbour City. Pack on the outer side. There'll be a whistle on play here going the Swans' way. It was Hamling in the contest with Georgiades.
Is he within range for that goal? He's definitely not.
No, quite not.
The goal that's
centre wing on the outer side, I know.
Have a shot.
No, there he is. He sort of went to shape the spiral, didn't he, there on the quarter-time siren. That is the first half an hour done here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's Port Adelaide 4-2-26. The hosts, the Swans, are 1-2-8. Goal kickers in that opening term: Connor Rosie, Sam Powell-Pepper, Mitch Georgiades and Ollie Lord. No real surprises there, while Isaac Heaney has the only major for the Sydney Swans. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Lockie and Anthony are loving the call from near, how do you say, this is near Mildura, I think. It's either Owen or Albion in Victoria. I've butchered that, I'm sure. Travelling home after a great week in South Australia after gather round. Anthony, 0437 774 774 is the SMS, of course. The Swans and Port here at the SCG. Later on Docklands, it's the Easter Sunday clash with the Bulldogs and St Kilda coming your way later on as well. In the meantime, Port Adelaide by 18 points at the first change. This is Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Join us on Anzac Day across the ABC. From Gallipoli and Villers-Bretonneux to the dawn service and march in your capital city.
We will remember them.
On ABC Radio, TV and iView and the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
To centre half forward, Willie Rioli's grabbed it, plays on quickly, and he's spotted up Georgiades, and he's got a man in the square all on his own in Powell-Pepper. Kicks it through from half a metre out. Port of the first goal of the game.
High inside forward 50, out to a 2-on-3. Aliir at the back. Heaney though sharks it, snaps from the pocket, 40 out, bounces it through. Farrell just finds the marking target there. Georgiades deep in the right forward pocket. Kicked 4 against the Swans in a game last year. Curls it around with a check side effort. He's on the board here. Queuing up here, Burn-Jones, 55 out, goes high toward the hot spot, out the back, strong grab again from Ollie Lord. No real distance, he just guides this through off the inside of his boot, Ollie Lord. So he's on the board here as well.
Jordan doing the tagging work on Rosie, but Rosie on top early, strikes us from 51 metres. It sails through, three-quarter post high. Beautiful strike, Connor Rosie. And Port have another.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The sounds of the opening term here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, where Port Adelaide 4-2-26 leads the Sydney Swans 1-8. A battle of 12th versus 13th. Both sides 2 wins and 3 losses on the year so far. Getting a feel for things early here. An impressive first term from visitors coming off last week's even more impressive win over Hawthorn. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb. Your experts on ABC Sport are Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Well, the Swans have been good at getting their hands on the footy. You contested ball, they're winning 42-25. Ground ball gets 33-15. No issues getting their hands on the footy. It's what they're doing with it. Alicia Eva, their kick efficiency's at 53%. They're turning the ball over, giving it back to Port Adelaide. And even worse than that, their kick efficiency going inside 50. That, I think you had the stat before, they're at about 10%, something like that, Alicia. That's not going to get the job done. And I think, and it doesn't help their forwards. You know, we spoke about before the game the question marks on who's going to kick the goals. Well, if your ball use going inside 50 is not great, it doesn't help the likes of McLean and co down there, and McCartan actually have a good opportunity to take marks and kick goals. So Swans, plenty of footy, just not using it very, very well, whereas Port Adelaide, they're able to get great run. Rosie off half-back. We've seen him pop up, kick a goal. Jordan's the tag, but he's not getting done at the moment. And Kane Farrell, whether he's wing or half-back, he's certainly winning that ball and getting inside 50. He's had a terrific quarter with 9 possessions and has set them up a couple of times. Georgiades and Lord taking marks in that inside that forward 50. So Swans very inefficient, Port much more efficient.
And they're punishing the Swans on the turnover. And as you mentioned, they're plus 17 contested possessions, the Swans. So they're winning the ball and they're moving it forward, but the quality of those forwards, they've taken 1 mark inside 50 to Port Adelaide's 8 marks. And when they are turning the ball over in their forward half, the Swans, Port are just able to run it down the other end of the ground too easily. Sydney have only had the 10 tackles for that quarter, only the 10 tackles. So Port just moving it inside 50 too easily. And let's not forget, Port also kicked it down the full 3 or 4 times that quarter alone going inside their forward 50. So they've been wasteful too. But for mine, in terms of Sydney's ball movement inside 50, they clearly don't want to kick it, or they don't want to kick it in the air so Alir and Ratugolea can take the intercept mark. But at times you're going to have to, unfortunately. And that's where at ground level, I mean, those players have got to bring it to ground if it's not intercepted by a poor kick first and foremost. But then their smalls have got to get dangerous. And we've seen Heaney kick a really good goal around stoppage. We know they are dangerous at ground level. So if that ball is coming in high and with a bit of quality, they're going to have to look to get really dangerous at ground level, because at the moment their goals aren't coming from marks inside forward 50.
No, and you're right. When Port get that rebound going, they're very, very dangerous. And they're prepared to take it on too. You know, they hit their kicks up the middle and they'll get the run. They want to get into the hands of Rosie and Farrell, who've been prolific through that first quarter. Port have been pretty good. They've carried on from the key things that won them the game last week against Hawthorn, and that's defensively they've been pretty strong. You know, they've forced the Swans down the line a fair bit, and that's why they've been able to ensure the Swans have been inefficient going inside 50. So defensively sound, and their quick ball movement certainly set them up. So Port carrying on a little bit from last week where they left off.
Our ABC Sport experts you heard from there, former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington, and dual Australian former Giants skipper Alicia Eva. Second term underway here at the SCG. Port by 18 points. Mead hacks it out of the air here inside 50. Cochran's out after it. Taps it back there again for Burgoyne. Straightens up from 49. It's high and wobbles out towards that behind post where Melican takes the intercept grab. So no change to our quarter time score inside the opening 25 seconds here at the SCG. Your texts remain welcome. 0437 774 774.
Lloyd goes short to Rampy, who slipped over inside defensive 50. Was able to get it back to Lloyd, but this is a dangerous kick. Still inside. an area that Port can capitalise on. Socked forward by Rioli. Roberts got there first, shoveled it out to Florent. Well done by Sweet, got a hand in and trapped it inside 50, but then caught McInerney high. So the returning Swan after that 3-week suspension, Justin McInerney, wins the free kick on the juncture of the 50 and the boundary line. The right half back for the Swans. He's only looking to switch it. Doesn't see anything he likes. So now plays on down the line to Grundy, who has some space over his head. It'll sit up nicely for Hanley. Riding him closely is Drew. Tackles him over the boundary line in front of the Swans bench. Port 4-2-26, Sydney 1-2-8. And we've got a minute and a bit in the second term.
Declan Byrne on the boundary.
One man they'd love out there is sitting on that bench for those inside 50s. Errol Goulden had some long chats at quarter time to Rowbottom and McInerney as well.
Yeah, among that right injury list for the Sydney Swans. Grundy palms it down for Jordan. That was sweeping hands from Grundy. McInerney is out there. He's there for his teammate and Campbell. McInerney get involved. Works it away back here again for that man in Hanley. Sends it high inside forward 50. 3-on-2. Crashing the pack. Alir. Trying to get something going again. This time Lloyd for the Sydney Swans. Umpire says give it to me. Brad sorted me out, by the way, for the pronunciation of that town near Mildura. Oyen is where we had a few punters listening from. 0437 774 774.
Notice none of us jumped in to help, by the way.
Comes down here. Burgoyne the hand pass to Alir, and he can thump it clear beyond offensive 50. Roberts trots back and intercepts here. Just forward of the wing for the Sydney Swans. Can they make use of this entry? Not 15 to Lloyd. Play on, says the umpire. Hands off to Blakey. Room to bounce. He snakes away, lizards away. He goes inside forward 50. High ball toward the square. Reaching there, McCartan. And again, rushed through by the Port defenders. Everything but the finish there for the Sydney Swans. It's Port Adelaide 4-2-26. The Swans are 1-3-9. 3 gone second quarter. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Great Scrabble word, Oyen. Was that right?
Yeah, it's like O-U-Y-N.
Yeah. Plenty of points.
Port by 17 points, but the Swans have started the second term well. There's Rosie with possession number 7. Goes to Josh Sin, who's back on the ground now. Looks up the wing for Horne-Francis. Well done by Warner. Spoiled it free. Florence handball is picked up by Moraes. Now Butters and Mead with the 1-2. To release Mead into the middle of the SCG. He looks for Horne-Francis. Lloyd is right there with him. Has Melican in support. The ball just evades Melican from the handball of Lloyd. And we'll have a boundary throw in just inside 50, left half forward for the Power.
That's a pretty good contest from Horne-Francis. He's never in the right position to probably mark that ball. He made a contest of it, brought it to ground. He was 2v1 and was able to get it out of bounds. It's a big win for Port.
Toss back in. Grundy and Sweet the rucks. Rioli is there. Snaps quickly here. Georgiades on the half volley. Not paid the mark, not surprisingly. The umpire will ball it up.
Tried to con the umpire.
He did try to claim it, didn't he? It's Georgiades. So the ball up, 20 out from Port's attacking goal. Paddington into the SCG. Grundy onto it here. Shares it out to Florent. Now under some pressure is Chad Warner wrapped up. It's going to be a free kick for a high tackle. He's dealt with as well by Jordan Sweet. No 50 coming here for the Swans. Nathan Williamson wasn't happy with where the mark was set, so says, have it again, Chad. Deep in the right back pocket. The off-contract Swan. Beyond offensive 50. 2-on-2. Alir is there again. On with, though, at pace. Again is Connor Rosie. Snaps across his body. Back towards half forward. Rioli waits under it there. Grundy in the contest with Sweet. Knocks it down over for a throw-in at half forward for the Power. They lead by 17 points here at the SCG. 4-2 plays 1-3. 5 gone second term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Not often James Jordan gets beat, but Connor Rosie's all over him at the moment.
He's had eight possessions, kicked the goal.
Wonder if the Swans are thinking about that. Grundy wins it nicely down to Chad Warner. Bouncing ball, centre half forward for Sydney. Tapped forward by McCartan. Bergman can't quite gather it. McCartan tries to put the tackle on. Bergman did well to get it to Burgoyne. And now back to Bergman. Still inside defensive 50. Has a bounce. Well done to release the pressure, Miles Bergman. Drives it up the wing over the head of Hamling and Lord. And we'll have a boundary throw in just forward of the wing under the Bill O'Reilly stand for Port. And they did well there as the Swans moved forward, the Port Adelaide defence.
I think you mentioned at quarter time, Alicia, only the 11 tackles from the Swans. Probably another opportunity there inside 50. You want to be sticking those tackles on Bergman. Could have had a shot on goal, but he was able to break free.
Port Adelaide, my 17. Speaking of breaking through, Butters slips a tackle, hand pass off to Drew, tumbles it inside forward 50 here for Port Adelaide. Gathered again by Lord. Back outside here again for Mead. Can direct it deep into the pocket where Cochrane gets back and marks. And he's no more than 25 out deep at right full forward.
And I think that just the eye test that I'm using right now, Port just look like they're just, with ball in hand, they're just moving with such momentum, and it's how they're able to fight through the tackle and find a release handball, and they're just on top of the Swans in that area at the moment.
Tom Cochrane debuted as the sub back in round 3. Goes to the check side, and that is a beautiful set shot for goal from behind the boundary line. That does spark the power yet again and extends their lead out to a game-high 23 points. So it's 5-2-32 Port Adelaide. The Sydney Swans remain stuck on 139. 7 minutes played, second quarter, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
We've seen 2 check side goals this afternoon from Port Adelaide, one from Georgiades in the first quarter and another there from Cochrane. And you'd be surprised how many times players, before they leave the track at training, they're practicing those check side kicks. So they look like the impossible, but they're well practiced, and that's fantastic execution.
Where do you fall on players on a not much of an angle, doing a little side Irish style?
I wouldn't do it on the check side. I definitely do. Well, no. Where do I sit?
Saying 20, 30 outs at a slight angle. You see a lot of players do the...
I haven't done it myself, but...
We're old school, Alicia.
I'm old.
Some good Irish teammates. It's sort of come into the game a little bit.
Yeah, Cora Staunton, she kicked the bag.
That bounce heavily favoured Jordan Sweet. He was able to slam it forward for Port, so it's at right half forward now. Well done by Burn-Jones to win it. Under pressure, got it to Rioli. Now Butters chisels it to Georgiades. He has marked that one. He caught the other one on the half volley and tried to con the umpire, but that was clean, surely.
No, it's going to be a ball up.
Well, Georgiades can't believe it. He's been dudded there.
I don't know.
Maybe that's karma for trying to cheat the umpire before. He's marked that half a metre above the ground.
Oh.
That's a ridiculous call, and a let off for the Swans. From the ball up, Warner releases Sydney from defensive 50. And now they'll fall in it. Hanley and Bergman in particular, ball up on the wing.
I think the umpire was thinking of the cricket rule there, where it's sort of Mitch Stark at Lord sort of went to ground the balls. He'd sort of taken it cleanly and controlled it, but alas, it was no mark. Chad Warner hunts the footy here for the Sydney Swans. Blazes away with a bounce, and now he's pushed off the kick. It was good pressure from Willem Drew, and that affects it out of bounds on the full. Port Adelaide ball at right half back. They lead by 23 points to power. 8 go on second term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Interesting period for the Swans. They just need to get their hands on the footy and get some clean possession for a couple of minutes. Port winning a lot of the ball, got them under the pump. Swans just need to take some control back.
Possession number 9 for Connor Ozee. Drives it up to half forward. Georgiades gathers it, gives it straight to Burn-Jones. He drives one into Powell Pepper. Well spoiled away from him. Now the Swans have coughed it up almost. Campbell's caught high by Powell Pepper, and the umpire has allowed the tackle to be paid. So a ball up inside 50 for Port. Inside 50 is 19 each, and Port Adelaide lead by 23 points. That tells you all you need to know about Sydney's forward deficiencies at the moment.
And the home side get going. Robertham sockers it away here for the Swans. Got claimed by Jordan. Hand pass off to Campbell, and now on the overlap goes Wicks. It will come back as a throw. It'll be a Port Adelaide free kick with Lockie Jones. Another entry coming up here for the Power. Things slipping away from the Sydney Swans early in this second quarter at the SCG. Short ball comes inboard to find Rosie. The second-year skipper. Deep to the pocket. Has options aplenty. Georgiades was in there early. Copped a shove. It carries the pack and goes out of bounds for a throw-in. So a stoppage inside 50 here. Port Adelaide who lead by 23 points. 5-2 plays 1-3. 10 go on second term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, very interesting, Alicia. Another entry where they've gone happy to go pocket Port, whether it's a tactic to keep it away from the corridor and away from the Swans defenders who want to intercept.
Sweet gets front position, but palmed it straight down to Heaney. They've coughed it up though. Butters with a quick snap across the face. It'll be marked. In the other pocket by Georgiades. He just dropped it though. Now, he's had all three Georgiades. He tried to con the umpire, it wasn't paid. He had a perfect mark on the other side that was paid, and then he's dropped a sitter in the other pocket. That wasn't given, when it should have been.
It's a mixed bag.
He's rather unlucky at the moment, the Port Adelaide key forward, but he's getting around the football. His side leads by 23 points. Boundary throw in left forward pocket. Butters again. He's starting to get into the game. He's wrapped up by Rampe, and we'll have a ball up again inside 50 for Port, down to Declan Byrne.
Really flat Sydney bench at the moment, and right on cue, using that old SCG lift a heap this year. Dean Cox is down on the bench for the first time today.
Up it goes. Jace Burgoyne in the contest there with Lloyd, a veteran. Gets it clear somehow, but it's picked up by Powell Pepper. We'll come back here for another incorrect disposal. This time it was a Port Adelaide throw. So Sydney's ball with Rampe inside defensive 50. A man who was captain in Callum Mills' absence, and of course was captain previously. Now Caden Cleary kicks out of bounds on the full.
It was the Rampe kick, though, that missed its target, that put Cleary under pressure. Rampe needed to hit that kick. It's what the Swans, they need to take the pressure valve off a little bit. And that missed kick from Rampe just keeps the pressure on.
Port by 23. Farrell sends them back inside forward 50. Melican spoils it down here only as far as Boak. He was dispossessed. It comes to Rioli, who straightens up 25 out and sends it through. And don't they love that? His teammates come from everywhere to get around Willie Rioli, who kicks his first of the afternoon and extends Port's lead by 29 points. 6-2-38. The Swans are 1-3-9, and things, as I said, are slipping away here from the home side. We've now played 12 minutes in this second quarter, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's called being punished. Punished for poor efficiency. The Rampe kick to Cleary, he should have hit him, which Cleary would have had time to just go back from a mark, take the pressure off for a minute, find another target, but instead Rampe's kick missed. Cleary was under pressure, kicked it out in the full. Port on the re-entry. Rioli picks it up and kicks the goal. Absolutely punished for poor efficiency.
Just that, the kick going inside 50, the key forwards competed and brought the ball to front, and there was just no pressure on Travis Boak there. He was clear front and centre with no pressure, kicks it inboard to Willie Rioli and a classy finish.
Campbell throws it on the boot, so the Swans go inside 50 now. They need the next. Good mark down there by Radigalea, opposed to Tom McCartan. He's one of the best in the competition at that, Willie Rioli. In basketball parlance, they call it the pump fake. He just sells the candy and gets underneath you and converted. It was Riley Bice who was the victim on that occasion for Sydney. Radigalea out to Ollie Lord. There's a free kick going the way of Hamling for Sydney. So, chance for the Swans to go inside 50. They need the next badly. Port 6-2-38. Swans 1-3-9. 13 minutes gone in the second term. Port carrying on from that impressive 30-point win over Hawthorn last week. They were out to a 71-point advantage at one stage early on here at the SCG. McLean has marked it, though, inside 50 for Sydney. A long ball into attack. And Hayden McLean's taken his third contested mark. And he'll kick from 45 out on a 45-degree angle. Sydney need this to go through.
It looks like Sydney were actually trying to shift the ball. They moved it back off centre wing. And the kick coming inside 50, it looked like it was just a kind of a kick and hope in the end. It was shallow, but McLean was in best spot underneath it.
He's the main man in attack for Sydney this afternoon. No Amati. No McDonald. Hayden McLean has pulled this to the left. So they're inaccurate as well, Sydney. 1-4-10. A worrying look on the face of Dean Cox. Port Adelaide 6-2-38, 14 gone in the second term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Rosie goes beyond defensive 50. Ball in dispute there for McLean. Traps it again. Fires the hand pass to Cleary. Back out here. Made some work there for Roberts. And now all the way back to Wicks on the O'Reilly wing here at the SCG. Back to Cleary. Up the line for Lloyd. He marks 65 from goal here for the Swans. They have to clean up their effort inside 50, their entries. Lloyd goes deep in the pocket. Leah floats across, doesn't control the grab there with McCartan for company. Still alive here, says the umpire. McCartan swings around. Haywards! Had a couple to beat, but he had the vertical leap there on Bergman. Radigalea was prone. He now stands the mark, and Will Hayward have another shot here for the Sydney Swans. Close and home McLean was a short time ago. He's 25 out, and a little better than 45 degrees. Here's our little side snap as well here from Will Hayward.
Oh, yes.
So he's going to open up the angle here with a couple of steps and straight over the goal umpire's hat. So that works for him. The Swans have their second goal. 2-4-16 Sydney. But Adelaide still in control though. 6-2-38 their score. 16 gone second quarter here Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, the former Giants captain Alicia Eva and former Sydney Swan and Carlton Blue Jason Saddington.
Well, a nice little snap finish there, a set shot snap, but that's called taking the most of your opportunities, because the initial ball coming inside 50, Aliir should have snaffled up. He had two hands to it and dropped it. The ball fell to ground. And then it was the re-entry kick that Hayward was able to jump up 1v3 in the air and take a fantastic mark. And to go back and finish is really important here. So they have to take the most of their opportunities when the ball's going in there. It doesn't have to be pretty either. But at the moment, it's still a work on. It's still very much a work on in this second quarter, but good finish by Hayward.
He's the one, Hayward. We sometimes forget about him. He's barely been cited this afternoon. Yep. We speak about the key position players, but he's the jack in the box for Sydney at times. He needs to get involved a little bit more. That was a big moment for him. Port lead by 22. Hayward with the Swans second of the game as Port move it forward about 10 metres from the centre circles, where we'll have another ball up.
You're right, Cubby. They need him kicking goals, Hayward, especially with Papley not in the team. He's the one that's that energy, excitement that they need to pop up and kick those goals they need.
He is their leading goal kicker of the season now with 9. He has been rather quiet this afternoon until now. Another ball up. Horn Francis couldn't get hands on it. Sweet did. Well blocked by Blakey though at centre half back for Sydney. Moves it up to the wing. They scrap away for it. Strength there from Corey Warner to push Sin off the football and now find McInerney at half forward. Swans starting to get some momentum. Here's Blakey. He'll drive it on the left. The Lizard just through for a behind. That got the SCG rising. One of the best passages of play for the Swans so far in this game, but it's through for a behind. An anticlimactic one. 2-5-17 Sydney. Port 6-2-38.
He's had 2 shots on goal this quarter, Nick Blakey, doing exactly that. Run from behind, handball receive. He's having long shots, but he's a capable enough player of doing that. And he's going to have to... He'll finish one of them, and it'll get this crowd going.
Jace Burgoyne goes beyond offensive 50. By the way, mixed news on the injury front for a couple of clubs. Dons fans, not good. Sam Draper has confirmed Achilles. He'll miss the rest of the season. You might have heard earlier Darcy Fogarty at the Crows. His shoulder injury not as bad as first thought, so may yet play against Freo next week. So a few of those things come into hand this afternoon as it goes out and play on the outer side here at the SCG. Put Adelaide by 21 points. 18 going second quarter in bright sunshine, and the patrons out there shooting their eyes from the setting sun on this western side. Tapped out into space there by the rucks, and now it won't be kept alive by Butters and Rowbottom.
So watch for the calls this week for the mid-season draft or trade period, considering the Bombers have lost both ruckmen in a week. Nick Bryan with an ACL and now Draper with an Achilles. So Todd Goldstein becomes the main man.
Yeah, it's not good news at all for the Bombers in particular. 21 gone. 21 points is the margin. 19 gone second term. The Swans. McInerney off to Blakey. Gets away from Butters. Shares it with Roberts. Almost run down though from Butters was Roberts, and his hand pass is errant and goes out over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Mid-season trade period, I should say.
Yes.
So they could acquire a ruck potentially from another club, someone who's not playing.
Are you for that?
I like the argument either way. I see the case for it, because one will give someone an opportunity if they're not getting it elsewhere, but then also don't mind the argument that you've got your list at the start of the season and play with what you've chosen to go with. Injuries happen for everyone. Strong claims either way. I'll have a ball up on the wing on the other side of the ground. Port 6-2-38, Sydney 2-5-17. We've got 19 minutes in the second term. Sydney trying to get back into this contest. On hands and knees, Rowbottom handballs it forward. The Port have won it back through Butters. And now Burgoyne. Mead assesses his options and drives Port into attack. Georgiades kept his feet better than Hamling. And they work it out looking for Power Pepper. It was a bit too quick for him though, so Blakey's able to gather it. Chisels won. It's an ugly kick, but getting there first was Jordan. Back to Corey Warner. Just threw the ball onto his boot. Didn't really look. And Horn Francis, as a result, able to mark just backward of the wing.
Approaching time on here in the second term, as Farrell holds it for a moment now for Port Adelaide. No urgency here. Comes wide of the skipper and Rosie on the outer side. They control the game by 21 points, Ken Hinkley's men. Now it's with Butters. Assesses his options. The lead down there of Georgiades. Ball comes from Hamling in behind him. Off hands over for a throw-in on the outer side. Inside 50 for Port Adelaide. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Keeping a close eye on Ollie Wines, who's had the doctors around him for a few minutes. He just did a little run through, so he's got an issue. I imagine he'll come back out to test it, but he's had both doctors next to him for 4 or 5 minutes. Long chats.
Concern for Port, in very good form, is the former Brownlow medalist. Here's Willie Rioli. Another quick snap. It's a high ball just outside the square, and they converge on Georgiades to Hamling and Jake Lloyd, and they punch it over for a boundary throw in right next to the behind post. Georgiades slow to get to his feet, but looks okay. 21 minutes gone in the second term. Willie Rioli starting to look dangerous for Port. It's a beautiful goal a moment ago. He'll be looking for the ball around this pack. Picked up by Florent. Well tackled by Powell Pepper. Just got the handball free to Rowbottom, who tries to clear the area. 2-on-1 though, favouring Port, and Farrell as a result knocked it down to Boak. Swans have done well to halve this contest and now win it through McInerney. Back to Rowbottom. Roberts, who went around the back of Florent. He was able to gather it though. Strong tackling by Port at centre half forward. Butters with the excellent claim on Corey Warner. Has given away the free kick. They did everything, Port, there to lock it inside attack. Eventually the Swans will rebound courtesy of the free kick of Corey Warner, but they've turned it over.
Powell Pepper came across there. Hand pass from Rosie to Alia. We may come back to it. What is on the turf in the middle of the SCG, but the advantage is paid here for Port to go inside 50. Rioli marks 35 out in the 45-degree angle. There was a big tussle there as Palpepper's now getting up to his feet. He's okay. And he forced that turnover there. Enabled Rosie to win it away here and Port get the entry. Rioli has it with his set shot, lining up for his second goal of this quarter.
I was about to sing the praises of Corey Warner. He's had a couple of fantastic contests through the last 5 minutes. It maybe bit off a bit too much there with that kick inside for the turnover. 3
goals against the Hawks. Rioli here with his second this afternoon. It's across the face and helped through for a minor score. Port Adelaide 6-3, 39. Sydney Swans are 2-5, 17. 23 going second quarter Sunday afternoon for on ABC Sport.
Now Pepper might have a bit of a glute cork. Sure, Declan will be all over it, but he looked pretty sore after that intercept effort.
Radigalea outmarks Tom McCartan, who's struggling a bit up forward for Sydney. So Port going to attack again. Well done by Melican. Got in front of Ollie Lord. They want it back to Sydney. It's the handball to Rampe. And they work it up to the wing. McCartan and Radigalea again. Over the head of both of them. Well done McCartan this time. To win it back, or did he go in the back of Rosie? He did. He's given away the free kick. So the 3 disposals for Tom McCartan. Moved back into attack. Struggling to get into this game. As Rosie goes short to Willie Rioli. Been in the news this week. It's a beautiful goal in the second term. And with the Swans back in numbers, he's happy to move it back to Radigalea at centre half back for Port.
I think the question is when do the Swans pull the trigger and go Joel Hamling up forward? That's probably the thing that we're all wondering at the moment in this game. 22 minutes, 22 points is the Port Adelaide lead. I'm just kidding.
You were so strong on
Radigalea, yeah. If Joel Hamling has one fan as him being a forward, then that's me.
Yeah.
Wouldn't know it.
Here is Connor Rosie. Connor Rosie at left half back for Port Adelaide. 22 points is their margin here. He gets around Haywood. High down the member's side. McLean floats up and grabs the intercept in front of the members' stand. Get to your text at halftime 0437 774 774. We'll preview Dogs and Saints later on as well. Coming up to Docklands. Up here to Haywood. Not paid the grab. Cleary burst by for the Swans. Dispossessed by Cochrane. Boat gathers here for Port Adelaide. Back to Mead off half back, and his kick is a neat one to find Horn Francis.
Horn Francis just looks at his options. Likes the lead of Powell Pepper. Wicks got in front of him though. Tracked him really well. Took the mark and has now played on. As Powell Pepper lost his feet. Got it to Corey Warner. Now Bice. Swans have players in space. Campbell to Blakey from 52. Can the Lizard convert this time? No, it's the post. He's had 3 shots now, Nick Blakey. He's failed to make the most of them. So The Swans fans ready to roar. Been let down on a few occasions. They are 2-6-18 now, Sydney. Port 6-3-39. Port lead by 21 points.
Well, he's definitely had a big quarter, Blake. He's tried to get the Swans going after that. Probably first 10 minutes was pretty flat for them, but his run and carry certainly coming to the fore.
Butters to Mead. He's been busy in this first half. Jackson Mead off to Burgoyne out wide. And now Byrne-Jones back in the side this week. Palpepper's still out there, showing no signs of discomfort. Horne-Francis gets into that kick and he marks 65 from goal here for Port. This is just far too easy. On the bounce there for Byrne-Jones, but some pressure does come late from Macklin. It's out of bounds for a throw-in. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Ollie Wines went back out there. Now, he's not a sprinter with those big tree trunks, but he wasn't looking good. He's come back off and he's going back down into the room. So Ollie Wines out of it for now. They haven't pulled their sub yet, but he's down in the rooms.
The subs, Aaron Francis and Rory Atkins for these respective sides. Port Adelaide leading by 21 points here, 26 gone second quarter as they tumble to ground, ball and all. The umpire says, give it to me inside. It's going to be a free kick, is it?
Free kick, yeah, too high.
For Horne-Francis.
I think it was Lloyd, just came in very aggressively on the tackle on Horne-Francis, copped him high around the head.
So this will be another important kick here for Port Adelaide to put things a little further beyond the Swans here as we approach half-time. 29 touches against the Hawks last week. We're up in the best and fairest last year, Jason Horne-Francis. Connects from 35 and he's missing to the right-hand side. Port Adelaide 6-4-40. The Swans are 2-6-18. 27 going second term. ABC Sport, Declan Byrne.
Spriggy, Joel Hamley's next to me. Do you want me to mention anything?
Please.
Yep, all right, cool.
So Horne-Francis, one out of the full. Another one well wide. He shanked a couple of the side of that right boot. Power lead by 22 points. Well gathered by Hayward. And he goes corridor. And finds McInerney. Swans going to play on quickly. Here's Blakey. Might be fourth time lucky. Has a bounce. Inside 50. Surely this time, Nick Blakey. No! How many chances does he need? Dean Cox is asking the same question. He's had 16 disposals. He's had 4 shots on the run. The Swans fans have gathered as one and started to rise. This is the moment we're going to be sparked.
He's just trying to caress them through, isn't he? Rather than kick it hard.
Yeah.
Kick it
into the second tier.
Absolutely, from 50.
Post height.
Give it plenty, but he's just trying to caress them through from 45.
Farrell beyond defensive 50 here for Port Adelaide. Sweet taps on here, only for Bice though, the Swans. Walks through traffic, shares it with Chad Warner. Run out from behind by Sin. Footy comes loose, gathered again by Willem Drew. Tumbles his kick up the line. Out to a contest, but Palpepper bursts by. Onto it now. High ball inside forward 50. Georgiades is back there. Plays on 20 out. Open square, and he can thump it through. That's what he did, into the second tier himself for his second goal of the afternoon. And Port's lead now out to a game high 27 points. In fact, no, it's not quite game high, but it is 27 points. 7-4-46. The Swans are 2-7-19. 28 and a half gone in the second term. Sunday afternoon footy at ABC Sport. Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Well, at the moment, it just looks like Port are going end to end way too easily. And Sydney have had their opportunities going forward this quarter, but they've really had to craft it through the one player, which is Nick Blakey. Now, that's a positive for Sydney. Yes, he's missed 4 kicks this quarter, shots on goal, but he is looking dangerous, and Port don't have an answer for it right now. But what Sydney aren't able to do is they're not able to defend their entries. And Port are just too easily going end to end, and that's the difference in the game at the moment.
How are the halfbacks for the respective sides? Blakey, 16 disposals, 6 inside 50s, 5 score involvements, 3 behinds. Farrell and Rosé off halfback for Port, 15 disposals each, and a number of inside 50s and score involvements. Port lead by 27 points. That's the stat that really matters. Sydney in a lot of trouble right now. Georgiades has 2 goals. Chad Warner struggling to have a big influence so far. Braden Campbell couldn't get hold of the football, and it was an easy gather as well. There's Heaney, well tackled. It's at centre half forward for Port, picked up by Bice, ducked inside a tackle, well read though by Butters, chopped off the hand pass. Bice gets it back. Palpepper tackles him. Now Boat and Butters. Palpepper again inside 50 for Port. Georgiades is marked.
Oh, no,
dropped it. Did he hold her for long enough? No, says the umpire. Another Georgiades mark controversy. Melican gathered it, and they've worked it just outside 50. He did have it for a couple of seconds. As it hit the turf, it's spilled free.
Every time it's been you calling it Garby too.
That was a legitimate cricket one, whereby you hold it and then you hit the ground and it spills free.
Mitchell Stark at Lords, although he actually held the ball, didn't he? Florent, back out to Campbell, sweeping hand pass wide. Chad Warner traps it now up against the boundary line. Hurried right foot boot, kicks for distance down towards half forward. Under it, McLean. Not paid the grab as it comes loose, and again they pile in from all angles and ball up. 55 out from the Swans attacking goal. A round weekend of the SCG.
Nick Blakey standing in the middle of the SCG. He looks exhausted. He's a massive quarter.
Rosie dumped there, the tackle by Rowbottom, and again will blow it up in the dying seconds of this opening half. 7-4 plays 2-7. The Power by 27 points. Grundy out of the ruck, shares it with Heaney. Can he produce some magic? Off to Rowbottom again. Now back to Chad Warner. He goes back inside forward 50. He only finds the chest of one of the Port defenders down there in Sin. So that will be half-time here at the SCG. 7-4, 46 to 2-7-19. A quarter in which Port Adelaide further stamped their mark on this game. At one point, they were out by 29 points early in the second quarter. It's in the end 3-1. The goal kickers in the game so far. Georgiades kicked his second in that second term, so 2 for the game. Singles to Rosie, Pal Pepper, Rioli, almost a second for him as well, but not quite. Ollie Lord and Tom Cochrane. And for the Sydney Swans, it was Isaac Heaney in the first term and Will Hayward in the second quarter here. The home side with some work to do on this Sunday afternoon at the SCG. Your experts on ABC Sport are former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington and dual All-Australian and current Giant Alicia Eva.
Where do we start, Sato?
Well, it's similar to the first quarter for me. I mean, that whole first half, the Swans, they've been good at winning the footy around the contest. It's just the open game that Porter got the advantage. The Swans' inefficiencies going inside 50 and their ball use. They've turned it over, they've given it back to Port, and then Port have been able to burn them on the rebound. And like you mentioned late in that quarter, Alicia, coast to coast a few times. When they go inside 50, Port Adelaide, they're much more dangerous. On the slow play, they've gone to the pockets, but they've still been able to take marks and kick goals. So they've been much more efficient in their football, Port, whereas the Swans are just very, very wasteful. And they're inside 50, whether it's the ball use or whether it's the personnel that's up there, it's just not connecting for the Swans at the moment. It's something they've got to address and get right in the second half, because I think they're winning enough footy around the contest. The one positive for that quarter for the Swans was Nick Blakey. He certainly came into the game. His run and carry through the midfield, and to get shots on goal, I think he missed 3. They were all genuine chances. It was a big quarter from him, but their inefficiency, that's what's cost him the Swans, and Port Adelaide just been much better with their ball use and getting it through on the turnover.
And I think on Nick Blakey, I mean, we spoke about it early in the game. They've got to find avenues to goal, and one of them has to be Nick Blakey off half-back. When he becomes the only option in the quarter, you're not going to win a game of footy. And I know Hayward kicked a goal midway through that quarter, and that was off a fortuitous re-entry that really should have been snaffled up by Port Adelaide. But they've got to find better entries. They've got to find better method going inside 50 and still use Blakey, but it can't be every time, which it looked like late in that quarter. And then what you give up as well is if Blakey's taking running bounces through the middle of the SCG and is having shots from 45 out that just miss, if Port pick up that footy and go back quickly, Sydney are a defender down. And they were just too easily able to find uncontested marks as they work the ball back up quickly. And Mitch Georgiades takes a mark uncontested. Yep. By product of having a defender running all the way up the ground off him, who, there's got to be balance. So if he's getting forward and doing that, someone's got to be replacing in behind just to slow Port up, and so they're not taking marks against no one inside forward 50. But contested possession, Sydney is still winning this game. Looking at some numbers, some individual player numbers, Heaney, we spoke about at the start of the game, he's only had the 8 possessions.
Very quiet that quarter, very quiet.
Very quiet. He's kicked 1 goal, but he's very, very quiet that quarter. Chad Warner, has also been relatively quiet. He's had the 10. He's had a head-to-head matchup with Zach Butters for much of this game, and Butters is, you'd say, has probably had the better of that at the moment. He's had 14, but it's a good matchup going head-to-head, but you'd be looking to see some of these other Sydney players that we're well accustomed to speaking about really get going in this second half, because from a Swans perspective, it was all Nick Blakey from that quarter. Kane Farrell from a Port Adelaide perspective, I mean, he's just been mopping up across half-back, but even across half-forward. When Port go inside their forward 50, if Sydney try and rebound it, either Farrell's there or Rosie's there. Yep. They change lanes and they find another avenue to goal. So, again, there were opportunities that probably went begging. Garby, I know you had a nightmare trying to call Georgiades taking sliding chest marks that weren't paid. But, yeah, I think Port Adelaide have just been the better side thus far, and Sydney have got to come out and have a few more contributors in the second half.
He's on top, though, isn't he, Georgiades?
Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, there's 3 or 4 almost marks that could have been paid. He's definitely got the advantage up forward for Port. And we spoke about him pre-game. You know, is he ready to take charge of that forward line? Well, absolutely.
Magnificent conditions here, by the way, at the SCG, which now has a few big shadows across coming from the western side. And John Longmire, the coach for 14 seasons here at the Swans, is doing a bit of a lap here to receive the adulation of the home faithful here in Sydney. So, 14 seasons, missed the finals just twice. You're talking, 1 flag and 4 other grand finals or something. But, so he's doing a lap here, and bit of warm applause there from the crowd in various parts of the SCG. A bit of housekeeping here as well. The text line 0437 774 774. Port leads here by 27 points at half time. Driving home from Freshwater Beach, listening to the Swans. Happy birthday to our 7-year-old Tatum Gilmore. Happy birthday, Tatum, on the SMS. Listening down from Sorrento, says one correspondent, I just want the Swans, our bird friends, to beat Port as revenge for the Port taking down the Hawks. Listening down from Sorrento. Whatever gets you there, I suppose. Fran from Melbourne, happy Easter to all. A nice stressless game in Savo. Not so much on Friday. Go Port for today. Thank you, Fran. Ron is our VFL correspondent. He tells us that Sam Butler has kicked 4 goals for Box Hill on his first game back from a broken leg. That's good news for him. Jack Ginnivan's also playing down there at Geelong against the Cats. And last I saw, he had a couple of goals, Jack Ginnivan. He had 2 goals and 19 disposals. 2 goals too. So drop to the Rezzies this week is Jack Ginnivan. The Hawks, and they'll confirm their lineups, Hawthorn and Geelong, for tomorrow's Easter Monday blockbuster at the MCG. That's all still to come a little bit later on. Of course, we'll also preview the Bulldogs and the Saints coming away from Docklands later on as well. Roscoe says, surely the AFL can come up with an alternative to white shorts for away games, starting with teal for the power.
Oh, old school.
That would be... Teal.
Remember that? 80s? I reckon the 80s.
Well, Essendon wore red shorts. Richmond, I think Fitzroy might have worn yellow at one point.
Yeah.
All because of colour TV and trying to bring more colour to the game.
Why not?
Some of them were shocking, though. Simon says, fast lizard and accurate lizard. Thank you, Simon, a friend of Nick Blakey. Bill says, Blakey's kicking ain't what it was. It's hurting the Swans. We all know, but not him. Okay, Bill, he's had a few shots, hasn't he? And hasn't been so successful. Nick Blakey. Kylie from Daysdale, enjoying the call. Happy Easter to all. Thank you, Kylie. And Luca at Largs. Georgiades playing in front and should have had 3 more shots on goal. Yeah, so there's a couple of little spilled marks or not quite paid marks anyway for Mitch Georgiades. So there's a couple of goals to half-time here. It's Port Adelaide 7-4-46. The Swans are 2-7-19, Garby.
Just a quick one. Will Drew, 8 tackles to the half. Zach Butters was 6, but Drew, that's a big number in a half of football. He's having a huge impact on Isaac Heaney, who is tagging him. He's been solid. Warner struggling to get into the game, but Willem Drew doing an excellent job there.
The other news elsewhere, by the way, was to do with Sam Draper at Essendon, who is confirmed Achilles. He will miss the rest of the season, so bad news for the Essendon ruckman, and better news for Darcy Fogarty at the Crows. His shoulder injury is not so bad and may yet play against Freo in their next assignment on, I think that's Friday, isn't it? So your text remain welcome. 0437 774 774. The second half still to come here at the SCG. Port by 27 points over the Swans. But right now, time for ABC News.
ABC News with David Rollins. Ukrainians say they're sceptical about whether a ceasefire will hold after Russian President Vladimir Putin declared a 30-hour Easter truce. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Kyiv will adhere to the truce, but has accused Moscow of breaking it, saying artillery fire has continued along several fronts. The ceasefire declaration comes after US President Donald Trump threatened to walk away from peace talks unless there was progress in negotiations. This Ukrainian says he expects Russian attacks to continue.
I do not believe his statements because Russia is a terrorist country and they constantly lie to the international community. They hoax and drag time to become stronger and start military actions again with new strength.
Demonstrations have been held in communities across the United States denouncing the Trump administration. With more on this story, here's the BBC's Grant Ferret.
This was the second day of countrywide protests against Donald Trump this month. In Washington, a banner tied to the railings of the White House read, "Trump must go now." One of the biggest rallies was in New York, where long lines of marchers took to the streets of Manhattan. Some chanted their backing for migrants who'd been deported without due legal process. Others condemned threats to remove funding from universities. In San Francisco, protesters formed a human banner on a beach, spelling out the slogan, "Impeach and Remove."
Canada's election agency says a record number of ballots were cast on the first day of advance voting in this month's general election. Nearly 2 million were cast on Friday. That's 36% higher than the same day in the last election 4 years ago. The campaign has been dominated by tension with the United States and President Donald Trump's repeated threats to annex Canada. Voters have until Monday evening to file early ballots ahead of the polling day on April 28. Homicide Squad detectives are appealing for witnesses to a fatal stabbing at a popular night strip in Melbourne's southeast early this morning. Police say they're looking for up to 6 people who may have been involved in an alleged fight on Chapel Street, Prahran, at around 1:30 in the morning that resulted in a man being stabbed multiple times before he died on the way to hospital. Witness Abs Ali says he was surprised that nobody else stopped to help in such a busy thoroughfare.
I saw the guy was on the ground and I thought he got hit by a car, so I rushed in there and then there's guys stabbing him. So the guys just run off.
2 people are being assessed by paramedics after a motorcycle incident south of Brisbane. Authorities allege the pair were thrown off their motorbike on Wyatt Road in Logan at around 2:30 this afternoon. A 10-year-old boy is being treated for potentially life-threatening injuries, while a man in his 30s is being treated for arm injuries. A life flight helicopter has been tasked to the scene. Still in southeast Queensland, where 3 people are being treated by paramedics after a boat crash off Russell Island near the Gold Coast. Emergency services were called to the crash or to the coast off Rocky Point Park after reports that a boat had crashed with a boy. 2 women in their 30s and 40s were treated for neck injuries. 1 man is being treated for minor head injuries. All 3 patients are being taken to hospital. For the first time in 8 years, all branches of Christianity are celebrating Easter Sunday together. Sophie Landau explains.
In a rare alignment of the Gregorian and Julian calendars, Western and Orthodox Christians across Australia are marking the resurrection of Jesus Christ on the same day for the first time since 2017. In late-night services in Victoria, worshippers gathered at St Catherine's Greek Orthodox Church, while parishioners gathered at the Ukrainian Catholic Cathedral of Saints Peter and Paul. In Canberra, Lutheran churchgoers shared communion at dawn. Celebrations will continue on Easter Monday.
That brings you up to date with the latest ABC News.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Back outside here again for Mead. Directed deep in the pocket where Cochrane gets back and marks. Goes to the check side, and that is a beautiful set shot for goal. From behind the boundary line. That does spark the power yet again. Farrell sends them back inside forward 50. Melican spawls it down here only as far as Boak. He was dispossessed. It comes to Rioli, who straightens up 25 out and sends it through. And don't they love that? His teammates come from everywhere to get around Willie Rioli. McCartan swings around. Haywards! Had a couple to beat, but he had the vertical leap there on Bergman. So he's going to open up the angle here with a couple of steps and straight over the goal umpire's hat. So that works for him. The Swans have their second goal. Drew tumbles his kick up the line. Into a contest, but Palpepper bursts by. Onto it now. High ball inside forward 50. Georgiades is back there. Plays on 20 out. Open square, and he can thump it through. That's what he did into the second tier himself for his second goal of the afternoon.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Easter Sunday footy here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, where Port Adelaide is in control of the Sydney Swans to the tune of 27 points at the major break. 7-4-46 to the Swans 2-7-19. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb. We've got Declan Bird boundary side, Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva, your experts here on ABC Sport. We'll preview in about half an hour's time the Bulldogs-St Kilda clash coming up at Docklands. Of course, there is still the blockbuster tomorrow, Geelong and Hawthorn at the MCG, the Easter Monday traditional clash. Elsewhere across the sports, earlier in the NRL, it was Canberra 30 over Gold Coast 20. Cronulla Sutherland 16 leads Newcastle 4. Half an hour into proceedings there in Newcastle. And also around the place, Super Netball, the Melbourne Mavericks 71 have beaten the Giants 56. Second quarter, Adelaide Thunderbirds 32 lead the New South Wales Swifts 26. A-League men's second half happening next door here at the football stadium. Sydney FC and Newcastle Jets are 2-2. Mariners play MacArthur FC later. And earlier in the A-League women, Wellington Phoenix and Western United played out a 1-1 draw as well. So a few things happening around the place. Did you happen to see Sato Gout's run up the stall gift in his heats yesterday? So
I did the overhead.
Semis and final tomorrow. Yep. And this is obviously a handicap race. And he's, ABC Sports Socials sort of shared the footage earlier of what you can find at the ABC Sport on Instagram, for example. And you've got him doing that aerial run. So he and Lockie Kennedy are both through to the semis and final, or semis tomorrow at least, and the final, you would think both of them, in the stall gift. So we'll see how it all comes together.
I love the stall gift. The whole handicap racing. It's fascinating. Yep. Everyone's a show.
Yeah, it's a different sort of thing, isn't it, in modern track and field or compared to modern athletics. By the way, A-League's just gone Sydney FC 3, Newcastle Jets 2 in that encounter next door. Teams are back out there here at the SCG. As I said, Port Adelaide leads by 27 points here. 7-4 plays 2-7. I don't think we have sub-movement so far. Aaron Francis and Rory Atkins are the respective subs for the two sides. We'll get Declan Byrne to give us some more details on that very, very shortly. But Sato, Alicia, as I said, we've seen the Swans come back from margins like this, 5 and 6 goals. It's been the hallmark of the late John Longmire era, the last couple of years. However, it's a different team. It's a different style. They're missing a few. It's obviously a new coach as well. Can they find their way back in this game?
Not sure, because the ones that normally bring him back into the games, your Errol Goulden, your Tom Papley's that
Papley's the one, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, yeah, Papley's the one that always provides the energy and hits the scoreboard for them, and Goulden's the one that just keeps getting his hands on the foot and also hits the scoreboard for them. So without those two, it's a much tougher task from my point of view for the Swans to be able to get back into it. The positive is, Alicia's mentioned it, like they're actually winning contested footy, like they're winning the ball at the contest. It's just that efficiency going inside 50. So whether that is Hamling going forward, Spriggy, or Francis, you would think when he does come on, potentially goes forward as a different look or someone that can maybe mark the footy for them. But I can't see the Swans firing their way back into this.
No, it's. They need to find energy, so they've got to hit the scoreboard early, and this crowd will erupt, as we know. In all of those games you speak of, Spriggy, where they've come back from deficits, this crowd does become an extra player out on the field. So someone's got to step forward and provide that out on the field. We mentioned at halftime, looking forward to see, Warner really get going. He hasn't broken lines like we typically see him do with his run and carry. He's playing on a fairly decent opponent, though, in Zach Butters. But, does Francis come on and does he play forward, not necessarily as a big marking target, but a big body that nullifies Port Adelaide's big intercepting defenders?
By the way, just on the around the grounds there, Jack Ginnivan kicked 4 goals for Box Hill, and he kicked a couple of late goals there in that Box Hill's 46-point win over Geelong in the VFL Kenya Park. So, of course, Geelong Hawthorn in the AFL tomorrow at the MCG. On to more pressing matters here at the SCG. Declan Byrne, down to you.
Port Adelaide have activated their sub guys. So Rory Atkins, the man they call Rat, will make his club debut. And it looks like Ollie Wines has been subbed out. He had that leg issue that they didn't really treat. They got him to run it out on the sideline, then he had to go out in the field, but he ended up going down to the room. So it looks like Ollie Wines subbed out with a leg issue, and Rory Atkins is in.
There you go.
A concern for Port. I wonder if we have to put the microscope on Will Hayward a bit more. Had 4 disposals in the first half. We speak about Sydney's forward line issues. Kicked 41 goals last year, but that was in a team that won the minor premiership. Got a very juicy contract last season. Does he need to take charge and be more of a focus for the Swans inside their forward line?
Yeah, well, you need those players to step up. I mean, if again, you big contracts, experienced players, you've done the job before, you've got to keep stepping up and doing it. So, yes.
We're entering the twilight here on this Sunday fixture, Easter Sunday fixture at the SCG. Into the second half we go on ABC Sport. You're with Daniel Garb.
Port lead by 27 points. It'll be a very big victory after their win over Hawthorn last week. They can go on with it. Jordan Sweet thumps it to centre half forward and inside 50. Quick handball from Burn Jones to Willem Drew. And Port have won inside 10 seconds of the third term. Willem Drew from 51 metres. Dean Cox put his hands in his head after that. And Drew, after 8 tackles and a half, has now hurt the Swans the other way. Port Adelaide lead by 33 points. A goal 10 seconds into the third term.
Just a big clearance, hit forward, Sweet. Drew gets off Heaney, and the ability to kick a goal quick. I mean, if you're Dean Cox, no wonder your hands on heads. You're like, everything I've just been through. At half-time, we've had a massive chat, a big debrief, and we come out, and that's what happens straight up. Great start for Port. Big job now ahead for the Swans. And going back to that conversation around other players stepping up, it can't always be Isaac Heaney. They rely on Heaney so much with those other players out. Warner needs to step up. Heaney obviously needs to get himself in the game too, but geez, plenty now for the Swans to do after that first 10 seconds.
A new game-high margin, 33 points the way of Port Adelaide. Warner tried to go out of the air here. That was Chad, and now Butters' kick for Port goes forward of halfway. High up and under inside 50. Rebounded away by Rowbottom for the Swans. Goes down the corridor. Bergman parks himself under it to intercept. And again, they'll move it forward of halfway here. Port Adelaide, they've looked far too comfortable coast to coast for the Swans' liking. And this kick goes out of bounds. Not far away from our man, Declan Byrne.
Yeah, an update on Ollie Wines, guys. So last year, you might remember he had those irregular heart palpitations. He had minor heart surgery in the off-season, and that is what Port have put this down to. So Ollie Wines subbed out with that heart issue. Maybe explains why the docs weren't testing too much or giving him attention beyond a chat.
That's a worry for Port Adelaide. They lead by 33 points, though, on the scoreboard here. They're doing just fine. Chad Warner bursts away from the pack. Kicks the Swans inside 50. McLean got a hand in to keep it inside attack for Sydney. Well done, Butters. What a pickup under pressure. And won the free kick as well for his troubles. He is just so classy. At full pace, he was able to gather that football. Got a hit high from Hayward. Now giving it to Rosie. Drives Port up to the wing. Over the head of Melican and Lord. Gathered by Roberts. The handball to Grundy. Loops it back to Rampy at half-back. Gives the don't argue to Moraes. And now finds some space on his left. That's a nice kick. And he finds Corey Warner at half-forward, who just about took the mark. Got one high anyway. So just forward of the wing, Corey Warner will try and send Sydney into attack. They trail by 33 points. Easter Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
They can't waste their opportunities here, the home side. A couple of goals last week, Corey Warner. High up inside 50. McLean with a leer at the back, and now it's come down to Hayward. He kicks high up in under as well. It's going to arrive safely here for Jones. Claims the mark. Hand pass picked off. I don't know who can snap here. And and has the finish as well. A goal for James Rowbottom. Didn't the Swans need that? They get a reply in this third term. 3-7-25 for Adelaide, 8-4, 52. 3.5 played third quarter. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
Did Burne-Jones mark that footy and just tried to flick off the hands quick? He did, didn't he? And Rowbottom just picked the pocket, intercepted that quick handball from Burne-Jones, and lovely finish. So pretty much a goal out of nothing, but that's what they've got to do.
They've made the change. McCartan to full back, Hamling to full forward.
Hey, here we go.
Oh,
there you go.
So what are we talking? We've got no AFL goals, Joel Hamling, in a career that's now its 96th game. Declan Byrne, down to you.
Top 10 last year in the VFL for goals, though, so that was their move. They always sent Joel Hamling forward, and he managed to kick bags and bags of goals. He had 6 bags of 3+.
Was that you getting that move done, Declan, down there? Did you
I had a quiet word. Yeah.
Rowbottom with the reply for Sydney and wins it out of the centre, goes long into attack. There is Hamling down there, guides it down. Can Hayward add his second? Yes, he does. 2 in a row for Sydney. We put the microscope on Hayward. He's answered that call early in this third term. And Sydney pegged the margin back to 21 points. Excellent goal. Roving from Hayward on the snap. And Hamling down there made a contest.
Just the importance of winning that centre bounce and kicking that ball deep inside forward 50 before Port Adelaide could get any of their wing support or any players back to help out in the air. It was a genuine 1v1, 2v2 contest in the air. Even if they're not marking it, they bring the ball to ground, and that's where Hayward does his job. Fantastic finish.
Goals in every game so far this year, including 4 against North Melbourne for Will Hayward. Now a couple this afternoon here at the SCG. Restart back in the middle. Can the Swans ride this momentum? Sweet beats Grundy. Chad Warner is there first. Wrapped up by the big fella in Sweet. And again, the umpire balled up.
Amazing how quick the energy can lift, though, isn't it? This SCG crowd. A couple of quick goals, and there's a bit of a buzz around the...
Ball in the air. Butters tracks it here for the power. Off here to Moraes. Hurried kick. Picked off down there by Roberts. Shares it with Blakey. He can just zig and zag away off half-back. Needs an option here by foot. He turns blind away from that man down there, Moraes. Out there with 2-on-2. Hamling's a long way from home. And Galea gets the best of him. He goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Just forward of halfway for the Sydney Swans at the panicked end of the SCG. They kicked 2 goals in a hurry. 6 gone third term. Power lead here by 21 points.
I noticed Dean Cox was down on the boundary for the first half, and now he's gone back upstairs. So is that because you got in his ear too much down there, Declan?
It was all polite stuff, Alicia.
Grundy down to Rowbottom. He tapped it forward to Warner. And it's a free kick, I think, to Warner. So Sydney with all the momentum. Gives the handball quickly to Jordan. He'll pop it up inside 50. Hamling palms it down, but straight to Kane Farrell. He'll clear the danger. And a long ball on that rasping left foot of his. Bounces around at centre half forward. It's a free kick there, which has gone Sydney's way, and advantage is paid. So move it out wide to Lloyd. So Willem Drew kicked the first of this third term inside 10 seconds. Rowbottom and Hayward, though, responded quickly for Sydney. The margin's 21 points now in Port's favour. They work into half forward, the Swans. Good body work from McLean to knock Radigalea off it. It is gathered, though, and McLean has collected a Port player. So we'll have a boundary throw in, 60 out from the Swans attacking goals.
Up it goes. Grundy palms it down. Jordan reaching for it. So too Chad Warner. Beaten, though, by Horn Francis. Has a bounce up the outer wing. Second bounce now for Horn Francis. Room to kick. Up inside forward 50. Pal Pepper. Georgiades there as well. In the pocket with Rampy for company. And the Swans veteran can use it neatly by foot to find Wicks.
Wicks on the switch. Goes to Roberts in the left back pocket. Sydney trying to play on quickly. That's an excellent kick from Roberts to find Florent. Just backward of the wing. Calls for Campbell to come towards him. He did, but then he dropped the mark. Florent gathered it, though. Rowbottom, the quick handball to Cleary. Now they can work it over the top from Warner to Hayward. He'll dart inside and go deep inside 50. Here's McLean. had the sit, timed his jump to perfection, and has marked 35 out directly in front. Swans looking for 3 in a row to peg the lead back to 15 points.
That was a great kick from Hayward. He cut back inside, which opened up the field. McLean again got some separation from his opponent. I think Radaglia on that occasion. Once he gets those hands up, he is hard to spoil McLean. He's a very strong contested mark. He's had a couple of shots on goal, which he's missed. He needs to put this one through.
Important kick for Sydney. For 3 unanswered majors, Hayden McLean provides it. His first goal in the game. 3 in a row for the Swans. And it is now a 15-point gap in favour of Port Adelaide. The SCG is alive on Easter Sunday down to Declan Byrne.
It is first time they're alive, on their feet, and the difference in mood down here on the Swans bench is huge. They are high-fiving, they are excited, as opposed to that second quarter when they were flat. So feels like a big momentum switch down here.
The margin was 33 after Willem Drew's goal. After 10 seconds to start this third term. 3 on the bounce since then for the Swans.
And what Sydney did then, ball movement from their back half inside their forward 50, was what Port Adelaide did in that second quarter. They just went through, had some nice handball chains that actually took the ball off the line. Then they found some uncontested marks. It was a much better passage of ball movement.
Ollie Wines subbed out due to his pre-existing heart issue. That was at half-time. So Port's sub has been made. Rory Atkins is out there. Wonky bounce to restart here at the SCG. Shane's listening in near Munich in Germany. Says happy Easter. 0437 774 774. Thanks for the broadcast, says Shane. Thanks for joining us, Shane. As again they go in hard. Heaney waiting for it. Double team there, row bottom on Jordan Sweet, who's, by the way, Port Adelaide's tallest ever player. I don't know if that includes the Magpies as well, but I suppose players generally are tall these days anyway. Modern times. Blakey stands in the tackle of Boak. Umpire says, give it to me.
How tall is he?
They still list that. They still have the heights, don't they? On the, he's well over 2 metres. And it comes here for Boak. Umpire pays advantage. 50 out here. Port Adelaide. There's run down from behind by Jordan. And now it's Jordan's tackle rewarded.
206.
216.
206.
206. Okay. Here it's trapped by Campbell. Bounce on the wing for the Swans. Almost run down. Great effort from Lockie Jones. Footy comes away here for the Power. And now they're away. Butters flares it back towards Rioli. He's 60 from goal. Goes on the entry here. Pal Pepper is deep there with Rowan and also Burn Jones, who takes it on the goal line and slams it on his boot. Port Adelaide do get somewhat of a reply there to extend their lead back out to 21 points. So 9-4-58. The Swans are 5-7-37. 11 and a half played. Third quarter, Sunday afternoon footy. Soon to be twilight footy here at the SCG on ABC Sport.
Well, if you're a Swans fan in the stadium, that was an absolute mood killer. Braden Campbell coming through the middle. I thought they were about to get another inside 50. He just held on a little bit too long. It was a great tackle and pressure and consistent chase there from Port Adelaide. Got the turnover, and then once they got that to go back through, with some open play, and then Burn Jones was just free out the back. I think it was Jones, Lockie Jones with the tackle. He's the one that set it up for Port.
It's just contrasting goals. Like Port Adelaide have kicked maybe 4 goals today from right on their goal line from a player that's by himself essentially, and that's a product of their run and carry off half back with speed. Sydney just unable to catch up.
Port lead by 21, 12 minutes into the third term. Sydney into attack. Gathered now by Lloyd, looking for Corey Warner. Gathered it cleanly, then slipped over. Regained his feet. Drives it on his left from 51 and just pulls it through for a behind. 5-8-38 the Swans. Port 9-4-58. It's been a lively third term. End-to-end stuff. The standard has lifted. Port's lead is 20 points.
You're right, Garby. The game really has opened up, hasn't it? It's fast-flowing at the moment. There's not a lot of slow play. It's just moving up and back.
Port by 20. Rosie on the kick-out finds Arlia. With some pressure coming from Cleary. Off half-back they go again. And that man Atkins, and now Pal Pepper. Settles it down for a moment. Kicks cross-field. A pinpoint pass, which does find Farrell. And his 99th AFL game, Farrell, plays on quickly, finds Rioli again, this time at left half forward. Set up that last goal for Darcy Bird-Jones and Willie Rioli. And he's beyond his own range here. Off a step, on his lead of Pal Pepper, who juggles it, controls it to his chest. 30 out in the 45-degree angle.
It's a work rate then by Pal Pepper. He actually took that mark on the opposite half-back flank. So to then get forward and then get separation off Blakey. Good forward craft, good work rate.
It's good patience from Rioli too, wasn't it? He just waited, took up all his time. Even when the umpire said play on, he didn't rush and panic. Pal Pepper presented, lovely hit up.
This is 148th game, Sam Pal Pepper. Actually debuted here back in round 1 2017 against the Swans. A kick here from just inside 40. It's well across the face. Just sneaks through for a minor score. The Power 9-5-59. The Swans 5-8-38. 14 go on third quarter. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
They've been better from the boundary, Port.
Swans play on quickly. Blakey with a couple of bounces. Runs it outside defensive 50. Hayward knocked it to ground, but Port win it back. Rosie kicks them into attack again. Georgiades a one-on-one with Melican. Hits the turf. Swans around it. Almost cough it up though. Pal Pepper got a hand to it. Well done by Wicks. Got it to Bice, who has a bounce. And now they've got a couple of men in space. Lloyd.
Corey Warner's out if they look inside.
He goes to Hamling instead, who marks in front of Radigalea. Hamling, who's moved forward. He's switched with McCartan to start this half. He's inboard to Bice. A little bit quieter after a couple of big weeks for Ollie Bice. Gets it back and now goes to Wicks. 60 out, has a bounce. Wicks sets side on goal. It's not exactly to the advantage of a forward, and the Port defence are able to win it back through Alir.
And his kick is a neat one to find Boak, the former skipper. Another defensive paint of 50 in front of the members' stand. And to Jackson Mead. It's his 50th game today, by the way, Jackson Mead. Been far from their worst player.
He's had 13 possessions, found plenty of it.
Port by 21 here. They go up the line. Blakey back with the flight. Watches it go out of bounds for a throw-in. Just repeating, Ollie Wines sub out at half-time due to his heart issues. As Declan mentioned, he underwent minor surgery late last year to address an irregularity that caused palpitations on 2 separate occasions over the past 3 seasons. And so there'll be more, I'm sure, to come from that. Ollie Wines subbed out due to his pre-existing heart condition.
A shame for him. He's been in such good form. We hope it doesn't keep him out for long, however severe the issue is, because he's been winding back the clock in 2025 as Ollie Wines, the Brownlow medalist. Free kick to Sydney. They move it up to McInerney. Well done by Butters.
It's been good.
He was outnumbered 2-on-1 there, Zach Butters. He was shorter than both men in the contest and was able to win it. Moves it to Boak at half forward. Drives Port deep into attack. Underneath it is Lord over his head and Melikins. Bounces through 4-0 behind. So Port lead by 22 points, 9-6-60. Sydney a 5-8-38, 16 and a half gone in the third term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
By the way, just getting across with other news from around the place. No suspensions out of the MRO, so financial sanctions for Windsor, Pickett, Keenan, Noble out of yesterday's games. Here goes Riley Bice with a dash out of the defensive 50. Couple of bounces, breaks a tackle. Hand pass off to Chad Warner, who goes down the members' wing, looking for McLean, who marks 60 from goal. Might well go quickly here. Has options deep forward. Hayward's one of them. McLean still has the footy, though.
Needed to go quick, I feel.
He'll set it up here, Hayden McLean. Needs a marking option back there, and it's Jones who floats across. Hayward claimed he was being held by Alir. There'll be a Port intercept here with Jones. They lead by 22 points. His kick almost turned over itself here. Sweet. Tracks it toward the outer side. Shares it there with Moraes. Angles his kick off the side of the boot. Out of bounds on the full on the O'Reilly wing. So Sydney's ball from true centre wing out of side. Port a 9-6-60. The Swans are 5-8-38. 17 go on third term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Wicks went short to Lloyd. And now to Roberts. Swans look so much better in this quarter. Need the nets. Now Blakey. Possession number 19 coming up for him. He's kicked 3 behinds on the run from around 50 or further out. Didn't quite capitalise on some brilliant passages of play. That kick is slightly overcooked for Hayward, but Cleary's there to rove it and gather and kick deep into attack. McLean will fly. Radigalea in front of him. Heaney gets the crumb, lost his footing. Hanley's down there, as is Radigalea. And there'll be a boundary call up, in the left forward pocket for Sydney. There were claims for holding the ball. Andrea Bocelli concert has taken its toll on this SCG turf. We have seen players slipping over quite a bit.
Approaching time on here in this third quarter. A ball in the air. One down by Sweet to Boak. Port moving on quickly here, but Florent gets back and marks 55 from goal here for the Swans. You recall he was almost the hero here a couple of years ago. Had a goal after the shot after the siren and he's come up short. He goes inside 50. Shane Warner can't quite control it. Kept alive here. 40 from Sydney's attacking goal. Pal Pepper drops the footy and the umpire says, yep, incorrect disposal. So we'll come back here for James Jordan. Directly in front, 45 out.
It was Sam Wicks that laid the tackle.
Yeah, either way, it's Jordan's.
Jordan's got the free kick. Yeah, head clash. When he first went for that ground ball, Wicks.
And then they call the padlock. James Jordan will kick from 48 and it just wobbles its way into the behind post on the full. So no change to our score here. Port Adelaide 9-6-60. Sydney at 5-8-38. 19 and a half played third term. Sunday afternoon on ABC Sport.
Rory Atkins on debut for Port. Coming on as a sub for Ollie Wines. Kicks up to the wing. Well marked by Melican. Plays on quickly. That's another poor effort by Foot. He had Chad Warner in space just outside 50. Missed him by about 5 metres.
Yeah. Doesn't help your cause.
Out of bounds on the full. It'll be Rosie to bring it back in for Port. Up to the wing. Off hands, down to Horn Francis. Straight into his chest. Thought about the bounce. Instead, kick long for Rioli, who will mark. Could have played on and kicked, but he thought, why not? I'll just go back, soak up some time, Willie Rioli, and slot through his second from 10 metres out in a slide angle.
Well done, Horn Francis here. We just watched the long down the line kick on the scoreboard here, and Horn Francis is sitting corridor side of that contest, which someone in the Sydney coach's box will be probably being asked questions of how was he there by himself and where was the player that was just supposed to be on him. You can't give him that time and space.
Willie Rioli does not miss those. He has his second. Port lead by 28 points. Brilliant play, Horn Francis. I think we sometimes forget how good of a footballer Willie Rioli is because he's been in the news for so many other things over the last few years. But he's just a wonderful small forward, as we saw when he burst onto the scene with West Coast, premiership player for them. I think he started to show in the last season a bit just why Port tried so hard to get him out of West Coast.
Yeah, a dynamic player, goal kicker, ultra skillful, really sets the game up. He's either kicking the goals or he's setting them up for his teammate. And you need those types of players in your front half. If you want to kick a score, you need to have skillful players.
Declan Byrne downstairs.
Aaron Francis has the sub vest off, so he's into the game. They're looking around at each other. Sam Wicks looks like the one who will make his way to the back, although at the moment he's gone down to lie on the bench, but Francis has definitely been subbed in, so leave it with me.
You almost called him Sam Wicks. You're
I did.
Radio Australia, one of our ABC friends. There we go, rugby player. There he goes, forward of halfway here, the Swans. It comes to McInerney. Pass off here again, looking for Jordan. And now back to Cleary. He can go inside 50. It's a helicopter ball. Come off the chest of Bergman. Towed forward by Rowbottom. And now Atkins does well. They can clear the area. Just comes back here, though, for the Swans. Jordan again, back to Grundy. Fires the hand pass. It missed Roberts. Roberts tackle from behind there on Butters. Didn't have the ball. Goes inside forward 50. Radigalea in the contest. Down there with McLean. And now Horn Francis is wrapped up by Haywood. Umpire says we'll ball up. And we'll have a stoppage inside 50 here. Deep forward for the Sydney Swans, who trail by 28 points. Declan?
Aaron Francis subbed in. It is Tom Hanley who is subbed out.
Okay, thank you. Down it comes here. Not to be confused with Sam Wicks / Whites. 23 on here in the third term.
Just Isaac Heaney watched this quarter. Just the one disposal. His direct match up at that last centre bounce was Horn Francis, who's looking to get really busy. Horn Francis now on Warner at this stoppage. But Heaney, very quiet.
Late stage of the third term. Swans need the next badly. Port have worked their way back into it after Sydney kicked 3 in a row in this third quarter. Here's Warner to Roberts. Long range effort. from 52 out. Alaire got hands to it. The ball stayed in play, so he had to scramble across the goal line and make sure it went through for a rush behind. And the margin back to 27 points. Port 10-6-66, Sydney 5-9-39.
And just to finish on what I was saying then, Willem Drew's been the direct matchup for Heaney all of this game. He's done a fantastic job. He's kicked a goal himself, but he's just kept Heaney very, very quiet, particularly in this third term.
This game was almost done off the back of the Willem Drew goal. The first 10 seconds of the third term. The Swans hanging in there. But just one big blow away, you'd say, Port Adelaide from putting this game beyond doubt. All goes out of play on the members' side for a throw-in. Port did win 8 in a row against the Sydney Swans up until last year's preliminary final here. Of course, the Swans won that by 6 goals. And that 8-game winning streak included a 112-point thumping in round 21 last year. Port over the Swans. Wicks, kick was chopped off down there by Farrell. But Port just slow things down for the time being.
I'll be happy to do that with a 27-point margin that they enjoy. Farrell goes out wide to Horne-Francis. He has had an influence on this contest. 14 disposals for him, all kicks. For Horne-Francis. Short to Burgoyne. He'll just pop it up into attack for Port. Over the head of Georgiades. Grundy's there on hands and knees. And then Lloyd wraps up Georgiades, who gathered the football. So we'll have a ball up. Right half forward for Port.
I say hanging in there, but they need to kick 5 goals here. The Swans only kicked 5 for the game so far. There's a little clap there for Aaron Francis coming on. A sub for Tom Hanley. Socket away here by the Swans, and now Burgoyne traps it. Shares it with Atkins off to Farrell. That left foot going inside forward 50. McCartan a big spoil at the drop there. Lloyd shares it with Heaney on his second touch of this term. It's a smothered kick. Falls to Bayers. Goes centering ball for Boat. Reaching for it. Not quite. Tunnels it away here. Grundy's waiting for it though for the Swans. Run down by Cochrane. Loose footy here inside 50 for the Port Adelaide side. And Lloyd can just thump it clear now for the Swans to the outer side. Volleyed back inside 50 though by Sin. But Bice gets back at the flight. And at last just brings things to a stop for now in the right back pocket for the Sydney Swans. It's Port who lead by 27 points, 25 gone third quarter.
They're fumbly at the moment, the Swans. It's costing them. Bice up to the wing. Over the head of Sin and Campbell. There's a free kick though to Sydney. Going the way of Francis. On as a sub. He's pushed under the football. He's been sent forward to try and give them some sort of target to join McLean in attack. He's kicked to half forward. Fell the way of McInerney. He couldn't gather it cleanly though. Alaire did. Got it to Rosie. He's been superb. Handball over the top to Sweet, who lost the handle on it. Roberts in the middle of the ground tries to gather it. He's well wrapped up though by the Port ruckman in Jordan Sweet.
Oh no, holding the ball.
And caught holding the ball. Didn't do enough to get rid of it, said the umpire. Sweet plays on quickly to Horne-Francis.
Horne-Francis steadies here. 65 from goal. Sends it deep to the forward line. It's off target to the right-hand side. There was a hold, though, for a Sydney free kick, which will go the way of Dane Rampy. So no change to our score. Port Adelaide 10-6-66. The Swans are 5-9-39. 27 gone third quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport as the afternoon becomes twilight here in the Harbour City. Grundy for Campbell. Twice a grand final sub. Kicked 2 goals in their last home game. Braden Campbell was a long way from home here. Oh, big leap on the outer side there by Francis. Wouldn't take the mark though. Loose footy, Bergman. Just snakes across half back here for Port. Now shares it back here again to Butters. Little 1-2 ball. And now it's come back to Burgoyne. And his kick is off target from centre half back and out of bounds on the full. As he's trying to come back members' side. So Sydney's ball with Roberts just forward of halfway. Port leads by 27 points here as we approach three-quarter time.
Swans need one before the change. They've got Gold Coast away next week, who'll be smarting after that loss to Richmond yesterday, and then the Giants in the derby. So lose this, 2 tough games to come. I mean, there's a chance they could be 2-6, Sydney. Going board to Warner. Still plenty of time left in this game. You feel as if they need a major before the three-quarter time siren. Warner chips it short, looking for Lloyd. It's fisted away from him, down to Burne-Jones, and now Atkins. Up to the wing for Port. Well done, Georgiades. Pushed Blakey off the football. Happy to slow it down now. And let some teammates get into space. One of them is Cochrane. He's got plenty of options. Gives it to Lord. Has support in the form of Burne-Jones. He'll snap it towards goal. He'll miss. everything and hit the behind post, out of bounds on the full. Port 10-6-66, Sydney 5-9-39, 28 minutes gone in the third term.
Georgiades probably just needed to hold up that footy and let some of their forwards refill back inside forward 50. But I don't mind that Port Adelaide are going fast, because I think at times this quarter the Swans have probably needed to go forward with a bit of speed.
Up the on-defensive 50 here by Robert. It's marked by Horn Francis.
He's had a quarter.
Plenty of footy here again, Port Adelaide.
Couldn't tell you who's played on him though, Sato. He's
been pretty loose.
Yeah.
Sort of wing half back, hasn't he? He's getting a lot of ball.
16th touch coming up. His kick inside 50. Georgiades leaps up there. Cochrane is lurking. So too Blakey in defence. Shares it with Rowbottom. Off a step. His kick finds Butters. Goodness me. Back off to Horn Francis. He sells some candy there around Jordan and he coughs up the footy. Oh, it's going to be a free kick going Horn Francis for a high tackle. Well, I think he's very lucky there, Jason Horn Francis. He took on the tackler, and maybe for some lazy technique from James Jordan at best. That's why it's still Port Adelaide's ball via a free kick. He's at right half forward.
Yeah, the first bit of contact probably got him high up on the jaw, to be honest.
Port by 27. Can they put this game to bed as we approach three-quarter time? Horn Francis sets up in the pocket. There's a lead down there again. Georgiades couldn't quite get a clean grab at that. It's off hands over for a throw-in deep in attacking 50 for Port at the Randwick end of the SCG. Approaching the half-hour mark here. A power at 10-6-66. The Swans 5-9-39. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Port can kick one here. It's close to putting the game to bed with a quarter to go. It'll be very tough for Sydney. Heaney's caught. Won't be behind in the ball.
Crowd screaming for high on Heaney on that one.
We'll have a ball up just outside Port's attacking goal square. Sweet and Grundy. An important final 30 seconds of this third term. Rioli throws it on the boot and it's through. Claims of it being touched. In fact, it has been touched. Straight off the boot. Quick snap by Rioli, who's had a big term.
I mean, Rioli immediately said it was touched.
Yeah. Now we're doing the review anyway.
Yeah.
It was touched by Riley Bice pretty clearly.
The goal umpire called touched.
It's hit.
I think it will be.
Smack bang in the middle of his hand. So Port will go to 10-7-67. Sydney 5-9-39. 28 points. Port Adelaide lead by. We've got 30 seconds left in this quarter for Sydney to try and generate some sort of attack to give them some hope in this final term. I mean, 27 points is not an insurmountable margin, but they've only kicked 5 goals for the game, as Brett Spriggs said earlier.
Right now, they just need to hold on this quarter. It's inside 50 after inside 50 for Port.
Roberts on the kick out. Comes Members' side. Hamlin with a shove from Aaliyah. And he's paid the mark. Sends it back inside forward 50 here for Port Adelaide. Deep to the pack. Off hands. Florent. His defensive 50. Wide back to Rampy. Rampy off to Wicks. Room to bounce. Can they find something in these last seconds of this third term? The answer is no. Because there is the three-quarter time siren. And Port Adelaide, well, they kicked the very first goal of this third term through Willem Drew. That was a 33-point lead at that stage. The Swans then kicked 3 in a row at that point in quick succession to bring things back to a 15-point margin. But 2 goals since to the power sees them up by 28 points here at three-quarter time. Goal kickers so far, Rioli and Georgiades each have 2. Connor Rosie, Sam Powell-Pepper, Willem Drew, Ollie Lord and Tom Cochrane also on the board for Port Adelaide. Meanwhile, for the Swans, a couple of goals for Will Hayward, singles to McLean, Heaney and to James Rowbottom. The subs were made in that third term, so in fact it was half-time. Ollie Wines was subbed out with his pre-existing heart issue, so we'll keep across that. Obviously, it's always quite a serious thing. He had the minor surgery late last year to address those previous palpitations he'd had over a couple of separate incidents, and then also in that third term, Aaron Francis for the Swans subbed on for Tom Hanley. It's the power by 28 points at three-quarter time. This is Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Listen up. Do you like to laugh?
Yes. You do? I don't.
Search for Comedy Bites.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Uncle Bertie's Botanarium.
I'm going to remove my monocle.
And TGIF.
Okay.
Comedy is on the ABC Listen app.
It's as simple as that.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Jones claims the mark. Air pass picked off by Robin, who can snap here and has the finish as well. A goal for James Rowbottom. Didn't the Swans need that?
They made the change. McCartan to full back, Hamling to full forward.
Hey, here we go.
Rowbottom with the reply for Sydney and wins it out of the centre. Goes long into attack. There is Hamling down there. Guides it down. Can Hayward add his second? Yes, he does. 2 in a row for Sydney. Warner to Hayward. He'll dart inside and go deep inside 50. Here's McLean. Had the sit. Timed his jump to perfection for 3 unanswered majors. Hayden McLean provides it.
Rioli, he's 60 from goal, goes on the entry here. Pal Pepper is deep there with Rowbottom and also Burn Jones, who takes it on the goal line and slams it on his boot. Port Adelaide do get somewhat of a reply there.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Port Adelaide by 28 points here at the final change at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Up next, we're off the Docklands for the Bulldogs and St Kilda. Ben Cameron, the Bont is back.
That's the headline, Spriggy. You've nailed it. The AFL's newest attempt at a blockbuster Easter Sunday night football, and 2 clubs that are absolutely desperate for the limelight, St Kilda and the Western Bulldogs. As you said, Marcus Bontempelli is back from that complex calf injury that has kept him out for the best part of 6 weeks. 2 surprise packets of 2025, the Dogs and the Saints, both still outside the 8 despite that surprising start. It's all coming up. I'll be in the broadcast with Chad Wingard, the dual All-Australian, Nathan Burke, the 3-time St Kilda best and fairest and Australian Football Hall of Famer, Matt Clinch and myself, Andrew Mays on the boundary. Can't wait to wrap up the Easter weekend before the Cats and the Hawks.
Great stuff. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, usually this time of the week we're thinking about, winding down and it's the last game of the round and all that. We've still got 2 games to come, of course, with Dogs and Saints coming up next. And then, of course, tomorrow the Cats and the Hawks and the Easter Monday blockbuster. In the meantime, your experts here at the SCG on ABC Sport are former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington and former Giants captain and dual All-Australian Alicia Eva making sense for us here at the SCG. Port by 28 points.
Well, we had a little flurry from the Swans that brought a bit of life into the game and got a bit of energy in the crowd, and I got a little bit excited up here for a second there, Spriggy. I thought, okay, this is going to get close. With goals to Hayward stepped up. We questioned him at half-time, didn't we, Garby? But he had a good little patch early on that got the game going. But then Port just ground their way back in, and I think like they have all day, they got a couple of goals out the back, Alicia, and really maintained their lead. And probably for the last 5 minutes of the quarter, just had repeat inside 50 after inside 50 to just hold their ascendancy on this game of football. It certainly opened up. There was a lot more free-flowing football that quarter from both teams as they start to tire. So you expect to see that again in the last quarter. But, apart from a little flurry from the Swans, Port just held firm and maintained their lead going into this last quarter.
And we spoke off the air, just Port Adelaide have a lot of contributors across the ground. All of their big name players are finding the footy, but finding it and having an impact. Horn Francis really got off the chain that quarter and probably could have used it a little bit more efficiently going inside 50, but he was just running loose off half back. Handball receives. Sydney probably needed to tighten up on him. We've mentioned Rosie, his work across half back the entire game. He had another strong quarter, and Zach Butters is doing Zach Butters things. We've said a couple of times today he's taken some important contested marks. He's taken some critical contested marks where Sydney, if he wasn't there, Sydney were out the back. So they've had a heap of contributors. You'd hope this opening centre bounce for the start of the fourth, Sydney have got to win this. They've got to get it inside 50 and they've got to score off the back of it within the first minute of this quarter for them to have any chance.
Fourth term starts shortly. 0437 774 774. Hi, ABC Sport team. It's Michael, Charlotte and Costa driving back to Melbourne from Fish Creek after a weekend of camping and chocolate with friends. Thanks for keeping us company on the drive. Go Swannies. And thanks to Grant in Hobart. Says he's watching the sun depart there in Hobart. Beautiful day here and still 18 degrees Celsius. Go the Blues next week. Let's get the update there. Chris Davies speaking at 3/4 time regarding the Ollie Wines issue. Spoke to the host broadcast Channel 7.
Yeah, look, Ollie had a bit of a heart flutter in that, I think it was, the second quarter. He's in the rooms now, feeling far better. But it's, something that he has had to manage over a period of time. He knows that he's got to take himself out of the game when these things happen.
So Chris Davies, Port's GM of football there, speaking about the Ollie Wines heart issue. Into the final two we go. Port Adelaide by 28 points here at the SCG. As the artificial light has taken over here. Bergman wins the clearance there to Horn Francis. And now Rosie released with a hand pass. Now a high kick inside forward 50. Running start from Lord. Powell Pepper crashes the pack. Goes off the outside of the boot to tumble it through. Does he get there? He does. Oh, I thought it may have just deflected off the post there from Powell Pepper's kick. But that could just about do it here. 34 points is a game-high lead. Swans players, Swans fans are despondent. Porter up by 34 points, 11-7-73. The Swans are 5-9-39 with Sam Powell-Pepper's second goal of the afternoon.
Well, it was 10 seconds into the third quarter. Port kicked a goal. It took them 20 seconds that quarter in the last for Port to get a goal from the centre bounce. Far too easy. Go inside 50 again. Powell-Pepper, nice little finish. But I think you're asking for the Swans to kick the first, Alicia. It's gone completely the other way, and it really has just dulled the crowd and any hope that they probably had going in the last quarter.
Just the work of Butters on Warner there. Just beat him to the ball. He's looked the better of the two on the day.
Game high lead of 34 points now for Port Adelaide. Sydney going to attack. Underneath it is Francis, the sub. Kept his feet well and slapped it forward looking for McInerney. The opposing number 27 in Radigalia, though, gathered it first. McInerney drove him into the ground, but fairly according to the umpire. So they'll have a ball up. Right forward pocket for the Swans. We spoke about Sydney's next two. Gold Coast away and then the Giants and the Derby. The Port, up to beating Hawthorn and leading here by a fair bit, have North Melbourne at home. So potentially 3 wins in a row for them. They drive it out of defence as marked by Tom McCartan, who after starting the game and playing the first half up forward and having next to no influence has been moved back into defence. Here's Brett Sprigg. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Bice, his kick down the line. Work to do for Campbell, wrapped up by Rosie. Fires the hand pass back to Riley Bice. The mature ager goes inside forward 50. The spearing ball looking for Haywood. Left behind by a couple of targets down there. McLean as well. Jones mops up in defence for Port Adelaide, and now Bergman across to Sweet in the left back pocket. Declan Byrne down to you very quickly.
Ollie Wines has made his way back out of the rooms, followed by paramedics as well. So looks like in that third quarter would have undergone a bit of testing in the rooms, but he's out here and looking positive.
Such a unique thing we don't sort of see a lot of as far as leg injuries and all the usual sort of things, but certainly a heart issue is different gravy here. Hand pass comes to Heaney from Relevant. He fires on goal, and Aaliyah gets back to intercept, playing goalkeeper right on that goal line. The former Swan. 11-7-73 Port Adelaide. Sydney a 5-9-39. 3 minutes played, fourth term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
He started this quarter forward, Heaney, so he's found himself a little bit more breathing room in terms of a close tag.
Alir and Radigalea have been excellent for Port, haven't they? Down back. I know the Sydney forward line has some issues, but they've done a fair bit to combat any threat Sydney might have posed. It's worked up to the wing by Port. Gathered by Rowbottom, is doing his utmost to try and get Sydney back into this game, and in frustration slams the football on the ground after taking it out of bounds in front of his own bench. A boundary throw in just forward of the wing for the Swans, who trail by 34 points after losing to Collingwood by 31 last week. Grundy and Sweet palm down to Rowbottom, gets another possession, the handball to Florent. The kick deep into attack. Francis is down there. Well done, Aaliyah. It's set up nicely for Francis, though. He kicks it through from the top of the goal square. Aaron Francis, with his first goal of the season, coming on as the sub. Maybe he can provide some sort of panacea for Sydney up forward. The margin back to 28 points, and the Swans have a pulse.
Well, it's just a very easy stoppage for the Swans. Grundy just palmed it down. I think it was Florent that got on the end of it. Very little pressure on him. The kick inside probably wasn't so much to Francis' advantage, but I think it was Alir or Radigalia, one of the two, that just didn't hold the mark. And, once it spilled down, Francis quick to bounce on it and get that goal. Aliir, he tried to go the mark. You could go the spoil, play it safe, but, you know, your point before, Garvey, Aliir and Radicalier have been very, very solid for Port all day, so...
We've just seen something. So a fan has thrown a bottle at Aliir, and Aliir did not like it and gave it back to the supporter. That's going to be a talking point this week.
Coming inside 50 here, the Swans... beg your pardon, the Power. The Swans defenders rebound. Responded there by Butters. Comes back here to Wicks. Fires it back to Grundy. And now it tumbles here. Back to the paint of 50. Mead leaves it behind. Gathered by Chad Warner. And now McInerney is up and can't mark there for the Swans. Jones, the hand pass here to Darcy Burn-Jones in the pocket. And not back for Sam Powell-Pepper. Shapes to snap. Sells some candy here around Jordan. Back to DBJ. Over the back here for Boak. And now on to Jones again. Wrapped up by Campbell. Ball comes with him. And the umpire will ball up. Let's go Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, the guy who threw it put his head to his hands, and I imagine it was him sort of gesticulating and let go of the bottle accidentally because he looks disappointed. Security are over there now.
Okay, they'll deal with that, I'm sure, if there is anything to deal with. As Rampy on the behind line for the Swans can clear away. High ball beyond defensive 50. McLean down there with Radigalea, and now they're out after it on foot. Getting a shove down there. Corey Warner gives away the free kick to the Port skipper in Connor Rosie. The Power lead by 28 points, 11-7 plays 6-9, Garvey.
Rosie drives it forward. Well done, Blakey. Marking in front of Powell-Pepper. With Blakey's 22nd disposal coming up. And he's been excellent once more across half back. Go short to Jordan, not the 15, so play on's the call. Gives it back to Blakey, does Jordan. Warner lost the handle on it, so they're not out of trouble yet, Sydney. Now they go down the corridor, but that is straight for Aliir. Well done, though. Justin McInerney with courage. Back with the flight of the football, marked in front of Aliir. And now gave it to Roberts on his left from 52. It could be two in a row for Sydney. Because Francis has marked just in front of the goal line. He'll be pushed out to a slight angle to the right. So this is not a guarantee, but a very good chance for two in a row to Aaron Francis in Sydney. He'll go the banana, he'll convert it. We're back to a 22-point game.
By the way, it's a paper clapper was the actual object that was thrown, either accidentally or whatever, but that's what they're dealing with, a paper clapper that the fan seemed to lose control of into Aliir a short time ago, which prompted the interaction there between the Port defender and this Swans fan behind the goals, and the Swans fan still being spoken to by security at that round weekend of the ground. Declan Byrne, down to you.
And looks like he's being talked to thanks to his mum, so I think he's getting a spray from all angles.
Yeah, that's the worst thing, isn't it? Anyway, 22 points is the situation here with two Aaron Francis goals.
Yep.
Shadow and Alicia.
Super sub Aaron Francis, couple of goals, breathes life into the game. We're at 22 points. Energy's back in, I guess. Anything can happen from here. Big centre bounce coming up for both teams.
Yeah, I've seen him play forward a fair bit back in VFL Essendon days, I believe. But at Sydney, he's played a lot down back, but he's such a strong aerial threat. I'll let you call this, guys.
I only had one Swans goal before today. Now he's got two in a hurry, Aaron Francis. Waiting for a clearance here. Restart back in the middle. And again, the umpire balled up.
He's such a strong aerial threat that gives you flexibility to throw him forward or back. And we know forward 50s and marks inside 50 have been issues all day. And he doesn't necessarily have to mark it, but he's got the smarts to position himself to know where the ball's going to be.
Free kick Sydney going Grundy's way. Can they keep this surge going? The Ruckman sends it deep inside forward 50. McLean outbodied by Aliir. Comes back to Bergman. No, it's going to be free kick Port Adelaide in that McLean and Aliir contest.
And by bringing Francis on forward, you can send McCartan back. You can steady up your back six. It's not like McCartan hasn't played there before. Just a different look.
Easy to forget he's a top 10 draft pick, Aaron Francis. I think pick 6 many years ago to the Bombers. I'm pretty sure he got drafted as a key forward. So the talent's there. Obviously, it hasn't quite worked out for him at the top level. But he's showing a fair bit here amid some forward line issues for Sydney late in this game. Port work it up to the wing, gathered by Burn-Jones. Power need the next just to settle. Powell-Pepper in a contest with Blake. He does well to halve it and shovel it out over the boundary line. He'll be happy with that. Power 11-7-73. Sydney 7-9-51. The momentum with the Swans, but Port still with a handy four-goal break.
He actually sought a trade home from Essendon for 2016 or 17, Aaron Francis, to an Adelaide club, so neither of those sides wanted him. Kicks 2 goals here against Port at the SCG. Willem Drew through the traffic. Wants to find Rioli. Rioli lays the tackle on Blakey. Ball comes loose. And after it, Chad Warner. And now Hayward for the Swans. Out in space. Wicks fires the hand pass to Corey Warner. Back to Hayward. He's at centre half forward. Wide to Florent. He needs options by hand. He goes McEnany off a step now. It just curves around. Not quite in the right direction. That ball from 35 metres out. It's out of bounds for a throw-in. So a stoppage inside 50 here for the Swans. And they've got some momentum in this final term. 11-7-73 is Port Adelaide's score. Sydney is 7-9-51. 11 played, final term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Boundary throw in deep in attack for Sydney. Sweet gets to the front, gathers it cleanly. Handball out looking for Sin. It sits up nicely for him, but he put Burgoyne under pressure. He was met solidly by Heaney. Francis works it just outside 50 to Jordan. And now Campbell. Roberts on his left. Just chips it into attack. Coming out to meet it is Radigalea, and he takes an excellent defensive mark. He's been strong down back for Port. But against the momentum, they needed that grab, and Radigalea provided it.
The recent 100-gamer goes beyond defensive 50. Grundy tries to step to the half forward, shares it with Campbell, and now Rampy just throws it on the boot. High inside 50 once more. Francis! Up in front, 30 out. Directly in front. Big pack grab from Aaron Francis, lining up for his 3rd goal of the quarter.
Quite incredible. Quite incredible. The sub that's come on. Go forward. Potential here to kick 3 in the quarter and breathe some life into this game for the Swans. It just hasn't been there all day.
Just the 5 games last year for the usual key back. Playing a big role here up forward as the sub. Can he swing things back dramatically their favour? He does kick his 3rd goal. Margins back to 16.
Wow. Talk about taking the most of your opportunities.
Yeah. 11-7-73 Port. The Swans are 8-9-57. We've still got most of this final term to go. 12 gone in it. Momentum with the Sydney Swans.
I've seen many a game where Aaron Francis has played half back at VFL level, not so much full back because they want to release him so he can intercept the ball coming in. He just reads it so well, and Radigalea he didn't body him. Watching the replay here, he gets a run and jump at this ball unopposed, and he's too good in the air to let someone run and jump like that.
So no Logan McDonald, no Joel Amati. McCartan was trialled there, didn't work out. They threw Hamling forward. That didn't last very long either. Francis came on as a sub and has kicked 3 goals since to get the Swans right back into this game. Port Adelaide lead by 16 points. We've got 13 minutes gone in this final term, so plenty of time for the Swans. And they've won it out of the middle again. Here's Francis off hands. Kept his feet, gathered on the second attempt. Back to Rowbottom. And now Heaney on his left. Looking for Hayward. Well done, Lockie Jones. Took a strong contested mark. All the momentum with Sydney. Jones goes short to send quickly down to Declan Byrne.
Just to add to what Alicia was saying, it was Hamling that was their forward. He only kicked 3 goals last year, Francis, so this is huge.
Power through Boak. Hand pass wide. It's going to be a free kick here, going back now to Rory Atkins, the Port Adelaide sub. Sorry, Declan, as you were.
Oh, just saying he rarely went forward in the VFL last year. Kicked 3 goals. Hamling was their go-to, so he's having a purple patch.
Left foot kick from Atkins. Down the line here, up in front, Powell Pepper. Rioli gives a nudge there on Rampy. Powell Pepper links up Rioli by hand. Batted back here for Cochrane in the pocket. Now to Boak. He can swing his way through traffic. Run down by Wicks. Not successful that time. Good tackle by the Manly lad. And looks like Boak is having some issues in back play as well as the Swans switch it across.
Oh, it's
the
half back
line. Oh no, Cleary's given away. Free kick there on Burgoyne. He's at half forward. Port go back inside 50. Can they halt this Swans momentum? McCartan mops up in defence. Shares it with Lloyd. And he waits his kick. No, it's picked off by Burgoyne again. 60 from goal. Port by 16 points midway through this final term. Travis Boak's coming off with some sort of arm or shoulder injury. Declan, down to you shortly. He goes inside forward 50. as Hamling provides a spoil there on Horn Francis. McCartan can rebound for the Swans, only as far as Farrell at half forward. So Port get the footy back, looking to add to their 16-point lead.
Farrell, long range effort, won't quite get there. Underneath it is McCartan and Grundy. Off hands Rioli, fell fortuitously into his path, and Rioli roves it, kicks it from the goal square for his third of the game, and that is the settler that Port Adelaide so desperately needed in a massive week for Willie Rioli. He provides an all-important major. Port's lead back out to 22 points, and we've got 15 minutes in the final term.
They just didn't let the Swans out of their D50. Every time the Swans tried to get a clearance kick, Port, we just had numbers out. They'll set up well behind the ball and were able to intercept mark and send it back in. And then big contest, I think, from Georgiades. Was it 3v1 in the air? Ball came to ground. Rioli's, clever as he is able to get to the right spot. Kick 3, I think, now. All opportunistic.
Meanwhile, Travis Boak in his career in the 76th AFL game actually equals David Mundy in 9th overall on the all-time games list, but he's off having his arm looked at on the Port Adelaide bench. Willie Rioli's kicked 3 goals here for Port Adelaide to arrest that Swans momentum. Now a wayward bounce to restart. In fact, these third and fourth quarters almost identical as far as a quick Port Adelaide goal and a game-high lead, and then 3 in a hurry for the Swans. In this case, all kicked by Aaron Francis. Rioli pulls it back to Port Adelaide. Hand pass from McInerney off here to Blakey. Traps it there, shares it with Heaney. He goes forward of halfway down the line again. McLean leads up. And he's paid the grab, 30 out directly in front.
It'd have to be their best inside 50 entry of the day. Key forward leading up.
He's had a few set shots. McLean's kicked 1-2 out of his 3 set shots. This is the biggest so far of the game.
They must take these opportunities, the Sydney Swans. Tick past the halfway mark of this final quarter in the Easter Sunday twilight. He trots in, McLean. He misses to the near side. 21 points is Port's lead. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, I guess you don't play 376 games without being tough. He can't straighten his pinky at the moment. Travis Boak complaining of pain in his elbow as well, so he's getting looked at the moment, but no signs that it's going to stop him from coming back out.
His first game at the SCG, Travis Boak, was round 2 of 2008. A fair while ago. So Boak off the ground, being assessed. Ollie Wine subbed out with those concerns around some heart flutters. We hope he's okay. Alia's taken the mark meanwhile. Picks it up to the wing. Grundy dropped the chest mark. Lord gathered it. Georgiades smashes it over his shoulder, but it bounces over the boundary line. Port 12-7-79. Sydney 8-10-58. 17 and a half minutes gone in the final term. Boundary throw in just forward of the wing for Port Adelaide. Looking for 2 massive wins in a row after they beat the Hawks unexpectedly by 30 points in gather round last weekend. Here's Brett Sprigg now on Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
Grundy tries to sweep it away here for the Swans, so both rucks missed it. It's going to be recalled because the throw-in was too shallow. Yeah, it's not been their thing, Port Adelaide. Consistency. They're stringing together 3 wins in a row with North next week. Catherine says North's midfielders should look at Willem Drew's highlights rules, what they need to do. Well, I'll see him up close next week. At home on Saturday, Port Adelaide. Mead spins into the Heaney tackle, and again the umpire will ball up on the members' wing. Grundy knocks it to the outside here. Chad Warner out in space. Takes on Atkins. Kicks high inside forward 50. It missed Hayward. Bounce there from McLean. Francis there as well. Hand pass was shot to Bergman. Wrapped up though from behind. Heaney sharks the loose footy. Francis collected by Radigalea. And eventually it's out of bounds for a throw-in. Deep in attack for the Sydney Swans, who trail by 21 points. 19 gone. Final term. Sunday footy on this Easter Sunday on ABC Sport. Dogs and Saints coming up next.
Port defending desperately. Sydney need the next badly. Thrown on the boot by Atkins in his first game for Port Adelaide. Came on as the sub. And there's a free kick there to Butters, who just threw himself at that contest. He's been heroic yet again. And they miss him early in the season with that injury. After 24 disposals, Zach Butters drives it up the wing. Horn Francis leapt for it, had the chance to mark it, couldn't quite take it. Fell the way of Jordan. Roberts throws it on the boot. That Butters again, it is. But it's a push out on Heaney against Farrell. So to no avail for Butters. Heaney will kick for the lead of McLean and finds him. He'll kick from 40 metres, 45-degree angle. Missed the last. Hayden McLean needs to convert this.
He's been good the last 10 minutes, Isaac Heaney. Found a little bit more room, but I think his work rate's gone up a gear too. Came back into the midfield, around the ball, and he's had 2 really nice hit-up kicks inside 50.
So McLean's kicked 1 goal 3 this afternoon. He can't afford to waste this opportunity if the Sydney Swans are any chance of winning this football match. 40 out, 45-degree angle, needs it to swing back and it doesn't. It has been a wasteful afternoon for the Swans key forward. 1-4. And Sydney have kicked 8-11-59. Port 12-7-79. They lead by 20 points with 20 and a half minutes gone.
19 scoring shots apiece, both sides. Just hit time on, as Garvey mentioned. Port come beyond defensive 50. Melican's out after it. Spills a simple mark in front of the benches. That's over for a throw-in.
Well, it's been the story of the day for the Swans, hasn't it? Their efficiency, you know, the set shots in this last quarter have hurt them. First half, their inside 50 efficiency really hurt them.
Get to the full build-up at Docklands with Bulldogs and St Kilda next, or in half an hour or so's time. Now it comes here for Campbell of the Swans. Rowbottom just to slip the tackle of Butters, and now McCartan's under pressure. Tunnels it through. Also Murray's waiting for it. Snapped away by Sweet. Melican goes to spoil. Again, it's off his knuckles. Over for a throw-in on the members' side of the SCG. Port Adelaide 12-7-79. The Sydney Swans 8-11-59. 21 and a half gone in this final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport as your Easter Sunday in round 6 rolls on.
It's been a good battle. Jordan Sweet and Brodie Grundy. A pretty even one at that. Down to Drew. It's caught into attack. There's a free kick there. It's going the way of Mitch Georgiades and against Tom McCartan. The umpire says McCartan threw Georgiades out of the contest before the football was near them. And this can just about ice it. Georgiades will kick from 30 metres and a slight angle to the left.
He's had one arm wrapped around the front, and the other one he used to sort of move Georgiades out of the way. Without holding on to him, throw him around, it's just probably enough.
He's the main man in Port Adelaide's attack, Mitch Georgiades. Can his third goal seal the contest for them? You'd say just about. That's clinical. Port march out to a 26-point advantage, 13-7-85. Sydney 8-11-59. And this interesting era of a changeover between Ken Hinkley and Josh Carr might just be working for them at the minute against the predictions of many.
Well, they've done enough both third quarter and this quarter. When the Swans have had the run on and they've been able to hit the scoreboard and get some goals and try and get some momentum going and energy come back into the game, Port have just found a way to kick a couple, haven't they, and sort of stop the run and keep it quite comfortable. It hasn't got within, I think, the 16, 17 points. They've just managed to find that goal when they've needed it from limited opportunities, really, this quarter. Haven't had a lot of inside 50s, but enough to just get it done.
They haven't actually won a whole heap of the ball, Port Adelaide, this quarter. Nope. Sydney have certainly beaten them in this game this quarter.
Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington, your experts on ABC Sport. Port won't quite crack the top 8 tonight. And, of course, Dogs and Kilda still to come. Both of those sides sort of in the fray. But Port, at this stage, will be 10th. May go as high as 9th, but again, the Saints, who are currently 9th, up against the Bulldogs at Docklands coming up next. Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch and the team. Grundy down to Campbell. Spills loose middle of the SCG. Rosie emerges. A hurried kick there for the Port skipper. His 26th disposal of the day, and it's chopped off there by Rampy off half back. Free kick advantage paid it was for the Swans. Up towards the paint of 50. McLean had the arms chopped by Radigalea, and it will be a free kick for the Swans. Key forward. 24 and a half played, final term. They might close the gap here. Too little too late, the Sydney Swans. Heaney in the pocket. He's held out of it there. Free kick. It's going to be a free kick, yeah. So it is Boak who gives away the free kick there on Heaney. And he'll have it from deep in that right forward pocket. He kicked their first goal of the game. Isaac Heaney, you may well kick their last. And there's still some time to go. Left foot snap from Isaac Heaney, straight and true. So it may well all be in consolation, unless they're going to move on right now, the Sydney Swans. The issue is time left in the game. Margin 20 points. The Power 13.785. The Swans 9.11.65. 25 minutes played in this final term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
It just looks like, I mean, there's still time in this game. It just looks like Port's midfield are being worked over now this quarter. I haven't been watching to see if Sydney have been bringing an extra up around the stoppage, but as I say that, here comes Chad Warner. So they're going for all or nothing out of this CB. Heaney, Warner, Rowbottom at this centre bounce. But Port Adelaide's midfield just haven't found as much football, and particularly uncontested football this quarter. It's been all Sydney.
Port probably done the same. Rosie, Horn, Francis have gone in with Drew.
Well, Sydney need the next, and quickly, straight out of the middle, with time against them. Sweet wins the tap, though. Heaney gathers it.
Here we go.
To Blakey. He'll have a run. Oh, he's under pressure. Just drew an opponent, got it out to Bice. So the Swans do go into attack. And into the pocket. Hayward's there, off his chest. McCartan gathers it. Was he thrown to the ground? It'll be a boundary throw-in. Left forward pocket for Sydney. So there is still time, but not much of it as John Longmire watches on, alongside his former teammate and close friend in John Blakey. He's watching his son in action. He's been one of Sydney's best. Here's a chance for Campbell on the snap. Bounces through 4-8 behind. Radigalea wasn't too bothered about it. He's happy to concede a point because his team is still 19 points up with 26 and a half minutes gone in the final term.
I assume that young fan with the paper clapper has been kicked out, because I'm seeing replays again. It looks as though he did actually throw it. We'll get down to Declan very shortly as the Power go beyond defensive 50. Chopped up by Francis. Just forward of the wing. Looking to advance from left half forward. What can he do here? Henny's outnumbered. Leah floats across. Floric the underground hand pass to McInerney, and now he goes to ground, wrapped up by Rosie. Give it to me, says the umpire. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, so it was with a paper clapper, and you can imagine him sort of gesticulating, pointing at Alir, and it looked like, either it slipped out, but he actually escorted himself out, not security.
Okay, there we go. After spray from Mum. Chad Warner. Yep. Hand pass off to McInerney, and now Butters and Boak for the Power. It's somehow come to Bice. Shares it with Francis. Inside 50, breaks through one tackle. Now he straightens up from 40, the big man, and he misses narrow side. And with it goes the game, you would think. So it is a clean 3-goal margin, though. 18 points in the Power's favour. 13-7 plays, 9-13. 28 gone final term. Sunday afternoon footy on Easter Sunday here on ABC Sport.
A quick one would make it interesting. It would make it very interesting.
Inaccuracy has been an issue for the Swans. They've had chances. As Farrell just clears the area. Jordan Sweet, in respect to Ollie Lord, kind of punched away from him by Melican. And he's got a bit of cramp, Ollie Lord, so he'll have his legs stretched by the teammate. The Easter Sunday crowd is 36,679. That's healthy.
Unless my stats are failing me, sorry, Garby, the leading disposal getters this quarter, the first 9 are Sydney Swans. So Port aren't actually getting their hands on the ball.
Here's Bice. Have to go inside 50 quickly, Sydney. Now Melican into attack. There's that man Francis. Spoiled away from him this time by Alir. Port lead by 18 points. 28, almost 29 minutes gone in the final term.
Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Crowd might tell the story. There's thousands of people leaving out the back here.
Yeah, well, they get a quick one here. Although it's Willem Drew's kick smothered. Alive here for Grundy. Back to Francis. Shares it with Campbell. Goes, checks it on the run from the pocket. Misses. Near side. 17 points is Port's lead here. 29 gone, but there's still a few minutes of game time left. We know that. Up here in the commentary box. So They're not waiting for a siren quite just yet. Seeing Callum Mills in the Swans coach's box. He's due back a couple of weeks' time. The foot injury.
Yeah, they've missed him. There's Farrell. Clears the area again. There's Burgoyne. He's happy to work it up the wing. And Horne-Francis out the back will mark it on his chest. And that should be enough for Port just to take a bit of time off the clock. As Horne-Francis chips it forward to Burne-Jones and seal what will be a very important win. That hasn't gone the 15 from Burne-Jones, so they'll have to kick quickly to half forward. Rowbottom has marked it. Time really against Sydney now. They need to kick the next 3. Rowbottom finds Blakey. He chisels one into attack. McLean's got it. So they will kick one, Sydney, because McLean's marked it 12 metres out directly in front. He shouldn't be wasting as much time as this. In fact, his teammates are telling him, Hayden, get a hurry up, please. Yep. They're all saying, go. What are you walking back to the mark for? Now he does and kicks it. Margin back to 11. Just when you think it's done for, Sydney keep finding one. 10-14, 74 the Swans. Port 13-7, 85. They're not home just yet.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. I can't believe the amount of times I've even thought, oh, this game's done, and then it's like, oh, maybe it's not. You know, the Swans are just keep finding a way, just kicking a goal. I mean, McLean's had a million shots this game, and I mean, the one that he's gone back and rushed and kicked quickly is the one that's gone through the middle. He's had a fair game as a forward, I'll give him that. Apart from the missed shots, he's certainly been a good target for them, but this centre bounce, huge.
Yep.
Obviously, the Swans, not much time left, but enough to get 2 goals, that's for sure. So big centre clearance coming up. Port will just want to shut the game down from here. Stoppage, get it forward, yardage, slow this up. Swans obviously going to go as quick as they can possibly go.
Margin was a game high, 34 points with the first goal of this final term Port Adelaide's way. Here's a centre bounce clearance. Grundy to Heaney, now Grundy kicks. Holy Banner towards half forward. Thereafter at Cleary. Floats it forward. Aaliyah chops off in defence. Butters running around by Rowbottom. It's picked up by Francis. Francis to Rowbottom, who can straighten up and not quite bring it back enough. They're peppering away, but time is running out for the Swans. Margin 10 points here at the SCG. 32 gone, final term here on ABC Sport.
They've kicked 5-5 this quarter.
How many times have we said time running out and then they found one? Port Adelaide just hanging on.
What have Port kicked this quarter? It's just been all Sydney.
They're just kicking it straight. They're kicking at Pax Port, hoping for the best. And the Swans keep re-entering 50. It's off hands again. So boundary throw in. 32 minutes gone in this final term. 10 points the margin, down to Declan Byrne quickly.
Ken Hinkley is furious as well, screaming at his charges on the bench.
Well, he can sense that his team is just waiting for the siren to go rather than trying to ensure they win the game. Grundy and Sweet, important clearance here, and Warner wins it. Down to Roberts, he'll have a quick kick on goal on his left. It'll bounce through for a behind. So the margin is 9 points in favour of Port Adelaide. 32 and a half minutes gone in the final term. They're still not out of the woods, Port.
They haven't surrendered the lead all game. So scores are level when it was 7 apiece early stages in the first term. Port's been in the front the entire game. Rosie goes beyond defensive, 50 on the kick out. Out to a 2-on-2. Sweet floats up, can't control the mark. Swans have numbers there. Grundy's a tackle. And in there as well, Lloyd. He was getting a shove in the back. It's a free kick, Sydney at right half forward. On to Wicks. Loads up, high inside 50. McLean's at the back. Out body's running, can't control the mark. Aaliyah mops up in defence, and he clears the area.
Oh, he had the sit. Hayden McLean, he couldn't take the grab, straight in front. They work it back, throw through Blakey. Someone needs to mark this. McInerney's under it. 3 power players hit the contest. Heaney roved it. Now to Francis. Can they get the quick snap? Cleary just handballed it into space. Butters will clear the area. And now, belatedly, it might be all over for Sydney. There's a free kick to Florent. But now time really is the enemy. As he goes short to Cleary. In fact, the free kick will go to Powell Pepper after all of that. And that will be the ball game finally. Port 13-7-85, Sydney 10-16-76. 34 minutes gone. And now it is done for.
I'm flabbergasted on that free kick to Powell Pepper.
Rioli, 3 goals today. And retreats back to Burne-Jones at right half back. Now pumps it down the line. Eastern wing of the SCG. Roberts, hand pass back to Rampy. He wheels and goes quickly. On to Heaney. Marks beyond the centre circles. Goes on quickly again here to find Francis. Seconds will tick down here. On to Chad Warner. He lets fly from 50 on target, and it's away to the right. And that will be it. So 9 out of the 10 wins against this opponent, Port Adelaide. Last year's preliminary final was perhaps an anomaly, because on Easter Sunday, Ken Hinkley's men have made the Swans their bunnies once again. They hang on by 8 points against the fast-finishing Sydney Swans. 36,500 here in the building. Port Adelaide with spirited back-to-back wins. They beat the Swans here in Sydney. To give you some idea, it was 5 goals, 8 in that final term for the home side, as against 3 straight goals for Port, who were not done. They kicked the first goal of that final term to lead by 34 points. Then it was 3 straight Aaron Francis goals, the super sub for the Swans. They kept hammering away the Sydney Swans, but just couldn't make the most of the opportunities down the stretch. And Port Adelaide hang on to win here by 8 points at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Consistent Port Adelaide side with that massive win against the flag favourites Hawthorn last week to close gather round, and here on the road a massive win. Keep saying massive. 8 points it was, and to give you some idea again, the margin wasn't that small since midway through the first term. So they hold off a fast finishing Sydney Swans outfit to make it now 3 wins and 3 losses under Ken Hinkley's last year in charge as part of the Josh Carr transition. The Swans are now 2 and 4, and there are some bigger picture things to work through there as well, of course. A big injury list and all the rest of it. Dean Cox's first year in charge. Things are looking a little dire for the time being for the Sydney Swans. We'll get you across to the Bulldogs and St Kilda. The build-up of all that coming up from Docklands very shortly. In the meantime, your experts here at the SCG on ABC Sport, former Giants skipper and dual Australian Alicia Eva, and former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington.
Well, that last quarter was very different to the first 3. I think, look, Port Adelaide, at 3/4 time, we all probably were sitting up here saying this game is done and dusted unless Sydney kick the first. And what happens? Port Adelaide go and kick the first goal of the last quarter within 20 seconds, and it looks done and dusted. From that point, Sydney just seemed to own all of the play. All of the, clearance numbers, Sydney have finished on top. Port Adelaide, particularly their midfield, couldn't get their hands on it in that last quarter. When they did get the ball forward, they kicked goals. So that's how Port Adelaide have won the game. They've been more efficient across the 4 quarters. Georgiades kicks one. Rioli kicks one, a very small forward-esque goal from the goal square. So when it did go inside 50, I think they only had 8 in that last quarter, Port Adelaide, but they've kicked 3 goals from it. Yep. On the flip side, Sydney went in 22 times that last quarter, which is significant, and they kicked 5 goals 5, so they're most efficient.
5-8.
5-8, sorry. So yeah. Most efficient. Aaron Francis comes on and just provides an option, provides a spark up forward, a different avenue to goal, and all of a sudden Sydney have got their energy up, the crowd gets involved. They were all over the Port Adelaide midfield, like I said, in that last quarter. So it'd be disappointing from a Swans perspective that it's taken to the last quarter to really get their game going. And I'm sure Ken Hinkley, Declan was saying in the last quarter he could hear Ken Hinkley going off and pretty vocal down there. He'd be pretty disappointed with that last quarter from a power perspective. But at the end of the day, they were more efficient going inside 50, hit the scoreboard, and they get the win on the day.
Just to break in there, Sato, with the goal kickers, should mention, so Mitch Georgiades and Willie Rioli with 3 goals each, and obviously a lot of this week was about Willie Rioli coming off the back of that Hawthorn game. 2 goals for Sam Powell-Pepper, 1 for Connor Rosie and Willem Drew. Ollie Lord and Tom Cochrane also on the board. Meanwhile, the Swans, Francis did kick those 3 goals all in the last quarter. Hayden McLean did finish with 2 in the end. Heaney also with 2. Haywood with 2. Rowbottom also the other lone goal scorer there for the Sydney Swans. But yeah, in the end, 13-85 to 10-17-77.
Yeah, I mean, look, overall, Port Adelaide to get an 8-point win here at the SCG off the back of a great win against Hawthorn last week, you'd say, job well done, wouldn't you? But the way the last quarter played out, it's kind of like just relief in the end that they actually got the win on the board. I think the difference across the whole game was the Swans' inefficiencies, especially by foot. And in the first half, it was their inside 50s. In the last quarter, it was probably more their shots on goal. They just couldn't get it through the big sticks to actually put a bit more pressure and actually try and pinch the game. But Port just found a way to kick goals, sometimes with ease. They got out the back a few times. Even the last quarter from the bare inside 50s they still managed to kick 3 goals, which is just enough to keep the game at bay. In the end, it was uniquely a game of half-backs as well, wasn't it? For the Swans, they got all their run from Blakey and even Roberts finished with 30 touches. Lloyd had plenty of footy and Bice gave run and carry. So for the Swans, it was their half-backs that got plenty of ball. And we saw for Port Adelaide, it's probably their half-backs as well. Rosie got plenty. He had 27. Farrell, 26. And Butters obviously very good in through the middle, but a unique game of footy in the end, that's for sure.
We'll lap it up in the Port rooms with Declan Byrne.
Yes, they are making their way in. Quiet rooms down here, the away rooms on an Easter Sunday. Not many of the families have travelled, so it'll be this group that'll be happy, and you can hear them coming in now. Rosie leading them in. The coaches were in here before, very pleased with themselves. They held on for victory. They get it to an even ledger of 3-3. Rosie and Boak first in. Just looking at Boak's finger, he's got that tape off, so he should be all right. Alir's little son running towards Alir and went to Radigalea. He said, "No, I'm not your dad." Alir ends up picking up his son, and Rory Atkins in the middle gets the traditional spray, his first win in Port Adelaide colours. They circle up to sing the song.
There we go. So they sing it loud and proud, Port Adelaide, this 8-point win here. By the way, off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Wally and wherever he says, Port beat Hawthorn last week with 30 points. Hardly massive. No, the result was massive. Well, not the margin, Wally, but they beat the flag favourites last week to close gather round, and then they keep it going here with a win on the road, and it sets up North Melbourne next week at home. Then they've got the Dogs and the Showdown. So some big games approaching the middle part of the season.
So round 3 they lose to Essendon in what was an ordinary game, people might remember. It was there for the taking for them, and the Bombers got on top of them. Ken Hinkley criticised his own senior players that night, said they didn't do enough. Rosie, Horne-Francis and a couple others. You look at it today, up against the likes of Heaney and Warner and Rowbottom. Rosie 27, Butters 27. Horne-Francis was fantastic as well with 20. Those star players for the Power stepped up hugely in a big game away from home, like they did against Hawthorn last week.
Yep, they were the ones to get the job done, weren't they? I mean, without dominating the game, I think it was a standout player from either team the votes are going to be really difficult for you, Alicia. I'm throwing you right in there.
It will be heard too, because you're doing the game next week in Canberra.
Okay,
so
fair enough. Well, I'm happy to do that.
There we go.
Let that one slide. But they did. They stood up and they did everything they needed to do throughout the game and through the patches. And that's what you need from your team. You need your leaders to stand up. And I feel that's the tough part for the Swans at the moment. We spoke about it pre-game. Heaney tried his best. He got going in the last quarter. Blakey probably stood up, but they're just missing some key players, aren't they? Papley and Goulden. Port just had more of their key leaders out there and getting the job done.
Yeah, I think in the first 3 quarters, and maybe you look at the last quarter, and Sydney needed to go up a gear, and they certainly did. From a Port Adelaide perspective, though, you've mentioned all the names. Butters, he's had a great game going head-to-head with Warner a lot of the time, and he's certainly got the win in that battle. Farrell across half-back was really important early on.
First quarter, fantastic. He was
rebounding everything that Sydney were trying to, blast out of Port's forward 50, and he kept setting them up. So he was really important early. Rosé started across half-back and ended up with Jordan running with him. So he's had another huge game, considering he's been paid very close attention.
The Swans, no, this is sort of not related to that strictly, but the Swans had the last 7 clearances of the game, 10 inside 50s of the game, and the last 8 scores of the game for 2 goals, 6. So that sort of just sums up that last little surge there.
Yeah, it was clear in the last quarter that Sydney were dominant around the ball. They were winning the ball. They were blasting inside forward 50, and Port just probably struggled to adapt to that and just slow the game down by just winning some of the inside ball just to clog it up a bit. But they had plenty of contributors across the game. Rioli with the 3 goals. He stood up when the ball was in his area. He really, classic game from him. Powell Pepper had some really big moments as well. So he's kicked 2 goals, 1, had the 15, but just some of his off-ball work rate to shut down options that look really, really dangerous, and it just forced Sydney to go long down the line. And he doesn't get a stat for that, and people probably don't even see that on TV. So
he wins his contest, doesn't he?
Yeah, and his diligence to playing his role and getting up the ground. There are a number of times throughout the game where Blakey was trying to get on one of his long handball receive runs, and Powell Pepper just chased him out, and it meant that Sydney couldn't use him. So just role players like that become really, really important, and a big reason why Port Adelaide get a result on the night.
Just on the subs, so half-time, Ollie Wines subbed out with that heart flutter, and Chris Davies, the Port GM of football, spoke at 3/4 time to Channel 7 and mentioned that this is something he's managed over the past few years. He knows what to do when this situation happens, so obviously subbed out. He had sort of surgery as recently as the previous off-season to help work on that, but that will be a little thing going forward as far as the severity of that heart issue. Of course, none of us are heart surgeons, but that'll be a watch on that with Ollie Wines, who's been in great form, but certainly a bit of a sub heading to this game, that sub at half-time.
If there is a silver lining out of this for the Swans, it's the emergence of Aaron Francis in that final term. He kicked 3 goals, so McDonald's still struggling to regain fitness after missing virtually the whole pre-season. Hasn't quite got going in the VFL. Amadi's out now for another 3-4 weeks. McCartan hasn't worked up forward. I don't think Hamling is the long-term solution. Maybe they have found someone now to partner McLean, who was wasteful today, but strong in the marking contest at least.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. From everything of someone, they tried all 3 today, didn't they? McCartan early, struggled for influence. Hamling did have a quick little crackdown there. Francis was the one that made the big difference. You're 100% right, Garby. So I would have thought next week that's your option, that McLean, Francis, your 2 tall targets.
It's hard not to lose sight of the bigger picture thing for the Swans as far as being 2-4 now, and we talk about the prospect of being on the rebound from another losing grand final 2 in 4 years or 2 in 3 years. This is a side that, never mind the top 4 thing, like just making finals has been a given. Under John Longmire for 14 years, they only missed twice. So now Dean Cox in his first year, dealing with injuries and all those sorts of things. 2-4 is a little climb back. They've got Gold Coast at Carrara next week. Of course, they'll be coming off that shock loss to Richmond last night, so they'll be pretty keen to turn that around. And then, of course, the derby against the Giants. It's a massive couple of weeks for Dean Cox and the Sydney Swans.
Yeah, it's a huge couple of weeks, isn't it? Yeah. Because in the context of the season, I mean, it's a pretty tough draw to start the year, let's be honest. You'd like to think there's some respite coming after those couple of games. I haven't looked that far ahead, but you know, it's harder to chase, that's for sure. And, you know, you need wins to keep that confidence going. When you're grinding out and you're not far away, but you're not getting the wins on the board, it does put more pressure on, which makes it a bit harder. So huge couple of weeks coming up for them until they get some of these troops back, that's for sure.
And just on that, I'm looking at the injury update that was released by the Swans during the week. So Amadi, 4 to 6 weeks.
Yep.
Cunningham, 6 weeks. Taylor Adams, 2 to 4 weeks. Papley, 5 to 7. Cal Mills, 1 to 2. So he might be back for the derby. Goulden is
still
8
mid-year
to 10,
at best, mid-season.
Robbie Fox, 2 to 4 weeks. So they're starting. There's 5 of their starting 22 that are not playing. And
very influential players.
In contrast, I mean, what about Port Adelaide? Like, a month ago, everyone was saying, scrap this succession plan. It's a waste of time. They don't work. Put Josh Carr in now. You know, Kenny's a dead man walking. Well, they've just beaten Hawthorn. Not only beat them, they were up by 71 points against the hottest team in the comp prior to last week. Now they've beaten the Swans away. I don't know, you guys have been inside football clubs. You know what it's like when there's a message of a coach and an assistant's poised to take over. What would it be like for Port right now? Because maybe some people have jumped the gun on it, you know, not working down there.
I think that's it. Everyone just jumps the gun pretty quick, don't they? I mean, in any season of football, probably the first 8 to 10 rounds, you're still going to have your ups and downs. I mean, no premiership teams flying from the start of the year. It's always what sort of happens in the back half of the year. Get that consistency and you get the flow, and they're always the best teams come the end of the year. The start of the year, teams are up and down and all over the place because you're still trying to find that little flick of consistency. So I think we're pretty quick to go on the Hinkley one, and I think that was off the back of, I mean, it's been in the news for probably a story for 4 or 5 years, hasn't it? Kenny Hinkley, is he going to be sacked? Is he going to be sacked? Now the succession plan. Oh, that's not working. It's always get rid of Hinkley.
Yeah. Let's get into the Port rooms with Declan Byrne.
I've got Sava running a layer here. Sav, what a win. Just held on.
Mate, we just held on. They came in hot in that last quarter, didn't they? Mate, I'm absolutely gassed. The boys are gassed, but geez, I'm proud of them, and that was a bloody good win.
Had a little meeting there. What was said?
Mate, it was an ugly game. We spoke about how ugly it was, but we kept in the contest and our pressure. That was probably the main thing going into the game, our contest and pressure. But you know, that last quarter was a fight. Lucky they didn't hit the scoreboard as well as they wanted to, but honestly, it was just a fight in the end. And again, fucking proud of the boys.
Excuse me. Yep, that's all good. Hey, you were being peppered at the back there. That last 20 minutes, the Swans had countless inside 50s. What is it like when you are just under siege?
Oh, mate, I'm going to be sore tomorrow in this week. I'm going to do a lot of extra recovery this week, but mate, they had some really solid forwards and really dangerous forwards in that last quarter as well. McLean and you know, Francis, when he was there, they were really hot. So it was a tough game, but we just had to hold up, really. Trust the contest up the ground that and the ball was going to come in ugly, and lucky you got to the end of it. So, mate, I'm super tired now.
Last one before I throw upstairs, you were running in, a little kid runs up to you. Is that a Lears kid running up to you thinking you were dad?
Oh, we were just having a good laugh about that. Yeah, that's little Mayom. He came up to me. He came up to me thinking I was his old man. We look very alike, so no, that was a funny one.
All right, we'll throw upstairs to Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva on ABC Sport.
Hey, congrats on the win, Asava. Jason Saddington here. Mate, really impressed with the synergy down back with you and Alir as two talls that just seem to work well together, either defending your opponents or supporting each other in the air. Are you finding that synergy together as talls?
Yeah, definitely, and it's taken a bit. You know, I had to get used to staying out of Alir's way, which we probably struggled at times. But I think as a backline now, we're coming together really well. We've got great connection back there, and you know, the team backs us in to get the job done. So you know, we have a lot of confidence back there, and I have a lot of confidence in Alir too to have our back there.
Couple of sorry, Alicia, go on.
Hey, Sava, congrats on the win. We've spoken a lot about some of the big midfield names tonight, and they've obviously had some big games, Horn Francis, Butters, but I want to talk about Kane Farrell and just how important he is to your squad and your back six in particular. We thought early on in the game he just took intercept mark and was repelling any kind of foray forward by the Swans. So just give us your rundown on how important he is to the side.
Yeah, Faz is a brilliant player. He's so important for our side, especially that attack off half back. You know, he's so dangerous. He's got a great leg, and I still think he's very underrated. He's a great leader of our backline and our team as well. So, I'm super proud of him, and he's going so well at the moment. And we can always trust him to get his battles and his work done there. So yeah, he's been great.
And it must be pretty handy having Connor Rosie across half-back.
Geez, he's nice back there, isn't he? I tell him every time, if I get the ball, I'm looking for you for the handball, because I'm not going to kick the footy. So, mate, I'll just give it to the users, and I think his eyes light up because he gets an extra few kicks there too. So yeah, mate, he's so good back there, and again, another great leader back there for us. But he gets dangerous when he goes forward too.
Sava, it's Brett Sprigg here. A couple of important sidebars on tonight's win. A tight one in the end, but Ollie Wines obviously subbed at half-time with that heart issue. It's not the first time he's had to deal with that, but have you seen Ollie, and how is he?
Yeah, I just saw him just before. He's doing okay. I think it's just a little hiccup there. He'll probably obviously get checked and see how he goes this week, but he's in good spirits at the moment. But that's a scary thing to have. So he's in good hands right now, and hopefully he recovers well.
How far away were you from the Alia incident with the young fan who appeared to throw a paper clapper? There was obviously a bit to do about that, and fair enough, because if a fan is throwing things behind the goals, we can't have that. Did you see what happened?
No, I sort of heard the boys talk about it when I come in, but I didn't see what happened. But it's obviously not a great thing, especially for one of my best mates. I don't like seeing that stuff. So, again, we're just here to play footy, so we don't want to deal with that stuff. But, we'll see if that gets dealt with this week.
Sava, Daniel Garb here. It's been a big week for Willie Rioli. There was so much talk around him. Obviously, it was a very unfortunate start to the week for him. I just want to know what it was like amongst the playing group and what support you offered Willie and how he was, and then the response from him today. 3 massive goals.
Yeah, I love that bloke. That's one of my brothers right there. I think the club does a great job in wrapping our arms around him, and he needed that this week. Obviously had a tough weekend and a tough few days that followed, but he was in great spirits this week. But I think that what the club do really well is look after our players, and I think that they did such a great job this week too. So I love seeing him bounce back this week. He looks great, looks confident, he's got that smile back on his face, and that's one of my brothers, so I'm super proud of him.
Consistency is the big knock on you guys, has been for a couple of years, Sava, but to have 2 massive wins back-to-back. You've got North next week, who you should beat at home. You've got the Bulldogs, then the Showdown. So it's a massive few weeks coming up, and you really can set something up, can't you, off the back of this couple of weeks?
Yeah, we've had a solid few weeks. The slow start had to do with just our connection within our lines, and now we're starting to get that synergy, and our lines are performing really well too. So I say this all the time, but our best can run it with the best as well, and we got confidence going into the next round, and looking forward to what the next month or so is for us. But we've got a really confident side at the moment.
Appreciate your time. Well played tonight.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sava Ranungalea with us on ABC Sport in the Victoria Sport Adelaide rooms. They are 8-point victors, 13-75 to 10-17-77, holding off a fast-finishing Sydney Swans here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Okay, Alicia Eva, are you ready to give us your 3 best players in the ABC Player of the Year?
Yes.
Tough. Okay, go on. Start with the one.
One vote. Could have gone to a few different players, but look, I've gone with Nick Blakey. He was critical for Sydney early. He was not only defending, but he was their only avenue to scoring. I won't say goal, but scoring in the first 3 quarters. I thought he never stopped providing run and carry. So he was definitely Sydney's best. 2, I've gone for Connor Rosie. He was being paid very, very close attention from the get-go, starting at half-back. He's finished with 27 disposals, kicked the 1 goal early when the game was very much the game had just started. So he kick-started what was going on for Port and was pivotal. And his leadership just shines through. You can see it across the ground, his direction and his work rate. So 2 to Rosie. And 3 to Zach Butters. He was taking contested marks. He was laying tackles. He's finished with 8 tackles. He was going head-to-head with Warner. And he was just getting from contest to contest and just finding a way. So 3 votes to Zach Butters.
3 for Butters, 2 for Rosie, and 1 to Blakey, as awarded by Alicia Eva in the ABC Footballer of the Year. And the Power have now beaten the Swans in 9 of the past 10 starts. The prelim here last year was the anomaly in there. So that is quite a record, and they win here today. Not as comfortably as it looked throughout most of the game, but 8-point victors here. By the way, the teams are in for tomorrow's Easter Monday blockbuster at the MCG. So for Geelong, they have recalled Tom Stewart. Out goes Ted Closey, who was last week's sub. Jake Kolodjasny also came back in through the VFL. I mentioned Jack Ginnivan, who was dropped for the Hawks. So he had 4 goals and 23 disposals for Box Hill at Kardinia Park today. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, Conor McDonald has been recalled after overcoming an ankle injury. Jack Scrimshaw also returns. Finn McGuinness is the one making way. And the sub last week was Luke Bruce. So the teams have come in for tomorrow's Easter Monday blockbuster at the MCG. Next up, for these two sides, the Swans are away to Gold Coast at Carrara. That's the Sunday early game. Always a tough place to play, the Gold Coast. The 1 o'clock starts on a Sunday. And Port Adelaide at home for North Melbourne. That's on Saturday. So that's what's to come for these two sides next. Is that with the Swans in particular, Sato, is it just a matter of, I guess, being hopeful that Callum Mills comes back in the next couple of weeks, or finding a system that works with the team that you have got? Because there were things today we saw in the last quarter, particularly Aaron Francis banging through 3 goals in a hurry. But, the turnaround has to come kind of quick from Dean Cox, because it's going to be an unusual thing for the Swans to be languishing in that sort of bottom sort of handful of teams this season.
I just think their biggest improvement comes through their efficiency in the front half. Getting that, whether it's that's connection with the forwards, in their own part of the ground, working together as a forward crew, or it's the mids connecting with their forwards with their ball work. But that's where their biggest improvement comes, and they get that right today, and they probably go on to win the game of footy.
Yeah, and Port impressive. So with 3 wins and 3 losses now, they climb up to 10th for the time being, of course. The Bulldogs and St Kilda coming your way next from Docklands. That takes us out. We're done here. So, Alicia, thank you very much, as always.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All the best. We sort of were celebrating Garby's new arrival during the week with his little boy on Tuesday, and I think you're up next in about a month's time, Alicia. So all the best for Parenthood coming your way.
We'll organise a play date, Alicia.
Yes, we will. Bring it back in the commentary box.
Thank you to Jason Saddington.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in camera next week.
Yep.
Thank you to Declan Byrne, as always, in the rooms and on the boundary, and to Tegan Nichols on the faders here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. To Aaron back in the studio. If you're listening through digital local radio, you're heading back to Sunday evening programs. If you're listening through news radio throughout New South Wales and the ACT, heading back to network programs there as well. Well, the rest of us are off to Docklands for the Bulldogs and St Kilda with Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard. Impressive with the Port Adelaide Football Club. They win by 8 points over the Sydney Swans here. Off the Dogs and the Saints next.